A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, a very warm welcome to all of you to the first edition of PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Summit 2021. I hope all of you are in the safety of your homes and are doing well. The E4M PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of public relation and corporate communication with key discussions on storytelling, messaging, next generation technology, staying optimistic during this pandemic. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle corona pandemic in the communication industry. My name is Khyati Kawa, and I will be your host for the day. Now, as we all know, no event is possible without the support of its partners, even a virtual one. So here we'd like to thank our partners. Presented by AdFactors PR, knowledge-driven communication, powered by partners Clan Connect, Discover, Engage, Influence. Our gold partners, ATDB, Fusion Public Relations, SPAG Asia, Seraphim Strategic Communications. And before we move forward, can we have the audio visual, please?
The Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Communications 30 Under 30 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle corona pandemic in the communication industry.
So yes, once again, a very warm welcome to you. Before we move on and go towards our inaugural session, we'd like to take a moment here and stand in solidarity. As they say, collective consciousness is higher than any consciousness. So we'd like you to stay with us and give a moment of silence for all those who've lost their lives in this pandemic. Thank you. Moving on to our inaugural session, we would like to invite on screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, to come forward and begin this very special event. A very warm welcome to you, sir. For all those who've just joined in, once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the first ever edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Summit 2021. Now, while Dr. Batra joins us, we'd like to welcome all of you once again and showcase the introductory audiovisual.
Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. another monthly magazine, Realty Plus is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will be kickstarting this very first edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Summit 2021. And for the inaugural session, we have with us Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Just want to welcome all of you. I know the mood is very somber, so I just want to say keep safe, keep helping people, do whatever you can to cheer yourself. We started this process much before the Corona crisis, second time around. So it's a culmination of a process, and it's through a jury process. We at Exchange for Media, whatever we do through a credible jury, through a process which is very robust. So the 30 odd winners that the jury has selected are young leaders in PR and corporate communications who are making a mark, who made a mark, and who are likely to make a bigger mark as they move forward. I can only say that the last few weeks have shown us the frailty of human life, also how valuable human life is, and what is the value of health, what is the value of families. We've also looked at what we need to improve. So while we do a lot of work for sustaining a living, commercial purposes, a bit of a time must go in making sure we contribute to things that make the world a better place. It helps other people. So that's what I want to say. Do your best. I know it's very trying circumstances. I wish you luck, and I wish you great health. That's the most important. Keep helping people. And I hope we're able to get through this together. And that's what I want to say. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. And I'm sure the whole country stands together in this very difficult time. And as Dr. Batra said, let's keep doing our best in our capabilities to help each other. Before we move on to our first panel discussion for the day, let's take a look at our BW Business World legacy. Can we have the AV, please?
A rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
The Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Communications 30 under 30 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle corona pandemic in the communication industry.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
So once again, a very warm welcome to all those who've just joined us to the first edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2021. Now we're ready to start our first panel for the day, which will be talking on the art of storytelling and the power of effective communication. Ladies and gentlemen, on this panel, we have with us Ms. Priya Bendre, Senior Manager, Public Relations, West Zone for Fortis Healthcare. We also have Ms. Charu Raizada, Independent Consultant, Ms. Josna Dash Nanda, Branch Director, Perfect Relations. And to moderate this session, I'd like to welcome Tasmai Roy, Assistant Editor, Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome to you, ladies.
Hi.
Hi, Kathy.
Hi, good morning. Very warm welcome, Josna ma'am. Welcome, Tasmai.
Hi, hi.
Hello.
Very warm welcome.
Thank you.
So Tasmai, I'm going to leave the screen to you to take the discussion forward.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, Kathy, for the introduction. Welcome, speakers. And since the introductions are already done, I'd not take much time into introducing each one of you, but we have a very interesting topic to discuss today. Like they say that storytelling is the best way to put an idea into the world. So we'll straight away get into the interesting topic that we have been given. And I'd like to discuss, to start with, the need of effective communication in today's times. So we are in a very different kind of a time, which is unprecedented. And, effective communication, I think, is the key to handle problems and to go about things, to plan, to implement everything. So I'd like to know each one of your takes on that. We'll start with you, Jyotsna. What is your take on need of effective communication in today's times?
Like you rightly mentioned, these are very interesting times, actually. Institutions and organizations are increasingly using the digital media to communicate with stakeholders on a day-to-day basis, and particularly, these COVID times. You've had people who've actually risen up to this, to the occasion and related with their stakeholders, their customers. But I would say, the key thing, if I was to summarize it and say what are the 6 tips that you need to go ahead, would be, to create a crisis team, which is, have members from all, departments of the organization, which includes your sales, connect with customers. And this is not the time to, try and sell your stuff, because this is not the time for self promotion. Business communication during, these times, particularly lockdown, etc., should be on reassuring, empowering people, appreciating frontline workers, sharing useful information, and connecting with the people, in a way that you're boosting the credibility of the brand that you stand for or you talk about. Make a difference, give reliable updates which are sourced from health authorities or verified sources that are there. And most important also is to communicate with employees, where your staff is working from home, they feel disconnected from company policies, operations. How do you send out regular updates, vital issues, health policies, salary changes, or government guidelines, etc.? I think that's very, very important, according to me.
Absolutely, those are some very interesting points. So I think consistency in communication and being able to keep the communication open, making it two-way, those are the transparency, another important factor. Your take on it, Priya, what do you have to say about effective communication, especially in today's times?
Thank you. So I absolutely agree with what Jyotsna was saying. I think we need to look at it as a brand dialogue instead as a product dialogue.
Right.
And absolutely understand what the society is needing at this point of time. Be cognizant of the situation, be cognizant of what is happening with our consumers, and then model your solutions around it. I think it's also important to start talking about conversion, have a conversation over conversion. I think that is what is more important, to understand, how, if you need to repackage your products, if you need to repackage the way you're communicating, or if there's any new product that you want to, or a new service that you want to bring into the market. I think understanding what the market is at this point is most important. Of course, look at it from the lens of empathy, look at it from the context of the situation that your customers are in. So I think understanding all of that is going to definitely give you a boost. And then, of course, analyzing your communication plans in the context of understanding that there could be potential crisis or increase in the level of impact that the pandemic has had on our businesses will definitely help.
Absolutely, absolutely. Charu, how would you like to sum it up for us, the need of effective communication in today's times?
I'm going to just say that, with each passing day, there are more things trying to catch our attention. Absolutely. Thousands of messages, information, videos, some true, some false, covering a range of emotions, all vying for our attention. And how are we responding? We are actually fighting back. Our attention spans are dwindling, barely 7 to 8 seconds on an average, lesser than that of a goldfish, which has an attention span of 9 seconds. So this is making it a lot more challenging to be communicated to. We have become an audience with an attention span less than that of a goldfish. Clearly, something has to be changed. And it cannot be us, the audience. We cannot be changed. So, we have to make the most of those 8 seconds. Make that time more meaningful. Start with the inspiration and communicate the why. And shorter, the better. And that's where narratives come in, and narratives which have the ability to connect with people on an emotional level and on a personal level. Your audiences, they certainly, need to be able to relate to what you have to say. And, if we want our message to be retained, we need to increase the stickiness quotient, possibly by designing our communication to ignite the imagination of our audiences. And one important point to remember here is that people are getting better and better in sniffing out hogwash. Authenticity is really key, followed by consistency of messages for better impact. So I think to really sum it up, we have to really be very focused, pointed, be cognizant of a whole lot of things, be consistent, authentic, and really know, how to develop a sharper point of view and communicate in a more sharper way.
What comes up from whatever all of you just said, that there should be a purpose in the communication that you're doing, which is not selling at the moment. It is also about brand building, taking care of the entire community, etc. So, it would be interesting to understand that how right now purpose-driven communication is driving the agenda right now, and the need of empathy in storytelling. So, if you can elaborate a little bit about your experiences and what do you think about it, if you can start, Priya.
I absolutely agree. Empathy is the keyword at this point of time. I do believe brands did have a purpose even before the pandemic. However, talking about the person and building on top of it, and in terms of building credibility for your consumers, building credibility for your stakeholders, for the people who work for the organization is equally important. So I'm just going to read out an interesting report that I read on the importance of purpose, and then I will take the conversation ahead. So it says, this was a Deloitte report. It says that the person-driven companies witnessed higher market share gains and growth. This was 3 times faster than the competition. And all this while achieving higher workforce and customer satisfaction. I think that says a lot. This is the right time to talk about your brand purpose, and this is the time to establish it with your stakeholders and taking a step back, like I said initially, from selling your product to actually talking about your brand and what it stands for, what it has to offer to the community.
Right. Charu, if you can take this topic ahead, the requirement for empathy and purpose-driven communication, what do you have to say about it?
No, I agree with Priya, and I'm going to just remind you of a quote actually by Mark Twain, and he said that the 2 most important days of our lives are the day when we were born and the day we find out the why, and that's our purpose, And in an increasingly very connected world, we as consumers seek meaning in everything we do and support, right? So somewhere as communicators, we've been driving purpose-driven communication that conveys the business's shared values and intention to operate responsibly, address concerns related to issues that are important to the audiences. So if customers see a brand or a business which is making an impact, or it's taking up issues they already care for, and they feel that far more meaningful connection with it, viewing every transaction they do as a reflection of them supporting their own existing value systems, right? So in today's time, this is not enough. Actually, it's just not enough, because businesses and brands need to convey their purpose in a genuine and an emotionally engaging way. And I keep coming back to that word. The need of the hour is to foster empathy and form that emotional bonds with your audiences. So bring in elements of realism. Trust me, it works. You have to be real in your communication. This makes the business or the brand far more relatable. And I'm reminded of Adidas. They it's by way of an example, and they've kind of mastered the art of purpose-driven communication using empathy. A lot of brands are driving, they are communicating with a purpose, with empathy. Very few are today, and Adidas, they use story structures of personal achievements, of struggles. They feature people who are very relatable, who have vulnerable characteristics. And this kind of helps Adidas connect with their audiences, on a one-on-one level, taking them on an emotional journey through the experiences of others. So I think that's the best example which kind of explains this.
Right. So we'll come to more examples later, which is very interesting to understand the whole point of communication through the story the brands tell right now. Jutsa, coming back to you, your take on empathy, purpose-driven communication. What do you have to say about it?
I think we are in an entirely brave new world of communication and even advertising, for that matter. Companies are communicating in ways that are that really move our hearts and minds, and their stories tell about their value in the world. And it's a new, brave, touching way to communicate. Like Charu's rightly mentioned, some of the brands have come forward and done some great work that is there. You have McDonald's and what was that, Burger King, etc., who have done great communication that's there. In fact, the Pooja Didi ad, Diwali ad of Facebook, which was done by Dentsu, I mean, drew a lot of empathy, for that matter. So insights and examples are useful. We should have the courage to commit to, the values and lead with them in our actions and marketing. Even the marketing has to be in sync with them and tell stories that feature people who are relatable and express that vulnerability that is there. Then people will be able to relate to you. Show
That's
people
right.
the struggle that is there to reach the goal as a way to, that to elicit that full range of emotion from them, provide value to people beyond, the products and services that are there. And the most important thing is, while you provide upliftment and inspiration, etc., there should be a call to action to spur people to take that action, and
That's
have the
right.
courage to break with, the normal conventional communication that is there, and tell your stories that reflect your values, so they achieve the impact that you would want to have. At the end of the day, all stakeholders, be it workforce, business partners, clients, etc., expect organizations to respect their concerns and values, not just, boost profits that are there. So, and COVID, I think, has intensified this entire shift that is there.
That's right. That's right. Absolutely. So,
So empathy,
yes.
communication, transparency, replacing profit with purpose are, I think, key major takeaways that are there. And I think above all, digital has played a great, has been a business purpose enabler for that
Absolutely,
matter.
especially for small businesses as well. I think they
Yeah.
have discovered new tools that can help drive growth for their brands, right?
Yeah,
So,
we've taken that
yes,
jump from one level to another, and
absolutely,
we've adjusted in such a beautiful way. And it's really
right.
sad what the situation is right now, but I'm sure we'll come out far more stronger and in a better position.
Absolutely. So, a lot of you mentioned very interesting points about how communication should also be in sync with the marketing initiatives, and how there should be a purpose and everything. But at the end of the day, a business also has to survive, and the profitability and the health of the business also, helps in growth of the entire economy in general, right? So, we're hearing a lot about content, how content is playing a very important role in communications and driving the message home. So tell us a little bit about, target based content creation, uh, which gauges the audience's attention better, and is also has focus on ROI. So basically ROI driven initiatives, right? So, if you can tell us and help us understand a little bit about how to keep the content sensitive and also make it targeted, so that, overall it helps in growth of the business alongside not being insensitive, right? So, Charu, if we can start with you this time.
Right. Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, consumers' shopping behavior has changed.
Right.
Their reactions, attitudes have changed. Attention spans I've talked about are becoming shorter. And in this scenario, how can brands and businesses swim out of the clutter? And they could do that
Yes.
only with sharper, targeted content, segmented content. With businesses, when businesses, they connect with their audiences on an emotional level, and I keep coming back to that, the payoffs are huge, and there are more than enough studies which kind of show that, and so I'm going to not talk much, but just give you two examples.
Sure.
I don't know if any of you are from Kochi out there, in the audience especially. Axis Bank last year during the lockdown, they launched a contactless Metro card to make travel a convenient and hassle-free experience for commuters in Kochi. A bank launching a card, no big deal. They could have gone the vanilla way and launched it, but they chose to drive the features and the benefits of the card through a song which was composed and produced by a local band, and immediately that made a big connect with the TG. Very targeted niche communication, targeted at the right audiences, taking them to places which they associate with, and it was a big hit, and the ROI was way beyond expectations. I mean, so what else? The brand was sensitive. They knew how to reach out their audiences. They had a very targeted approach and not a mass approach, and they knew what worked with their audiences and how to connect with them, and that's what they did, and the ROI was far more than expected. Another example, ITC's Ashirwad Swasti Milk, right? I mean, they celebrated World Milk Day last year by launching immunity song for kids in association with Alive India, I think. And the ROI was tremendous because, immediately everybody started engaging with the brand. They made their own version of the immunity song in Bengali and Hindi. And, so it was fun, so these brands, they really were able to connect. They know that no point going mass. Who's my audience? How do I connect? What works with my audience? How do I appeal to their emotional sensibilities? And there are enough and more such examples amongst all of us, right? And we've all worked with different brands during the course of our careers. So I'm going to just say that today businesses need to understand the emotional motivators which drive consumer behavior, and those vary across customer segments, across the customer's journey with the brand. And that's why a targeted approach really works. It works best actually.
Yeah, if you can give us your thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with Charu. I feel effective communication has been the fulcrum of springboarding brands into progression while being sensitive to what the community is talking about, and not really pushing a product like I mentioned earlier. So I feel there are 4 ways in which brands have sort of understood the impact of the pandemic and evolved incongruence. The first one, I feel that brands have become aggregators of knowledge. So here I'm going to give the example of Lifebuoy. So I'm sure we all must have seen a full page ad or page long ad which Lifebuoy released, which said this is a public health advisory. This is not a brand ad. I mean, it was just red in color. You knew it was a Lifebuoy ad, but it just had guidelines about hand washing. I think that was a brilliant way in talking about the brand being relevant, but not pushing the brand. The second one, I feel the second phase that brand entered into was the "we are in this together" phase. Where it was important for brands to connect with the audiences who were confined to their homes, who could not really go out, could not meet friends, could not meet families. So here I would like to give an example of Nike. Nike has always had this emotion around it where the world celebrates if it's a sport. So Nike came up with a campaign which said that, if you want to play for the millions, play at home, be safe. That tagline itself had such weight that people understood. And Nike also gave an extension. So every sport application that they had was made accessible for homebound audiences for a period of, I don't know, some days. And then it was subscription based, of course. But I think giving that headway into their products, understanding that, the consumption pattern has changed from outdoor to 100% indoor was important. Number 3, I feel, was, where brand re-established its brand promise. It was important to be relevant. It was important to still make business, of course, but not at the behest of making profits out of consumer apparel. So, to just give a beautiful example, I've always looked up to the way the Mumbai police handle is, worked on Twitter. I mean, I think everyone is in love with the way it's managed. So, they took up issues which were abandonment. They took up issues of domestic violence. They took up issues of, mental health issues while you were homebound and all of that. And they spoke about it. I mean, that was brilliant. They offered help. They made people understand that, yes, there is a need for these issues to be addressed. So while you're at home, you don't have to be isolated. You can connect with people through digital mediums. So I think that handle itself gave a lot of, hope to people that they're not in this alone. And I feel the last phase was, I think this is the phase where people will take their understanding of what happened during the pandemic ahead, is adapting to the consumer needs. So here I would like to give the example of a Swiggy or a Zomato, for example. I mean, they always delivered food, right? But now they established contactless food delivery. They established this whole new wing where, if you're a COVID positive patient, you just need to indicate that while placing your order, and you will get your order differently. It'll be packaged differently. It'll be set aside for you differently, all of that. I think that's the way you understand what your consumer really needs and give it back. Looking at profit always becomes secondary in this case. So to summarize this, I feel it is now important for brands to just absorb what they've had in the past year as a learning and use it to remold brands or to re-establish their brand purpose in a way that it really helps the consumer and also build revenue for them.
Right. Josna, your 2 cents on it, ROI driven, targeted content, etc.
Yeah, I think Charu and Priya have given very relevant examples, and as brands are increasingly going, you have consumer sentiments that are changing, brands are increasingly going onto the digital platform, but they're recreating their strategies according to the changing consumer behavior that you would have seen. So they are analyzing the distinct trends in digital communication and staying updated to remain relevant, as an increasing number of brands are trying to get, you are getting limited consumer attention that is there. And in the digital space, like Charu had earlier mentioned, You already have a attention span issue. Consumers have a wide range of choices that are there with information on every product. Easy price comparisons are there. So digital communication makes the most of these features of the digital space that's there to provide a range of advantages to both advertisers, to communicators, brands. So real-time tracking, customers, designing personalized content, cost efficiency, ad budget or communication budget visibilities that are there, and wider scale of reach using various digital networks. These translate into better communication strategizing, as well as management and ROI that is there. So in other words, I would say these digital platforms of communication are key ingredients to a brand's success today, and will continue, I think, going ahead also. If you see how the pandemic has taken a toll on the spends that are there across different media that's there. If you would have seen, I think various forms of media saw negative growth in 2020, if you would have seen both print, cinema, even TV for that matter. But it is digital which is probably going to grow at about 20-25%. So if we were to look at say top 8-10 trends that are there, which would say to look forward to in 2021, it would be more vernacular content.
Absolutely.
It would be more growing video commerce, because you don't want to talk so much as show. So it's more show than tell. Then, I think there was a report, I think Mobile Marketing Association and Group M had come up with, where they said video is going to be most popular format of communication in India. So that's obviously going to be. Third would be reinforced influencer marketing.
Yes.
That's definitely going to be there. Fourth would be, I would say, expansion of connected device use. That's, with digital content going up, that's definitely going to be an important one. Deep customer segmentation. Now, segmentation, for the example. Now, that is most important, because you have to identify the consumer's behavior, personality, buying patterns to be able to maximize your ROI.
That's right.
That is most important. So publishers today are therefore strengthening their consumer data platforms to be having a sharper segmentation and also precise targeting that is there.
That's right.
So, and then I would say leveraging digital ad tools for effective customer segmentation. That is most important. Defining, measuring outcome. These are important to me.
Right, right. So, what I gather from what each one of you said, that there has been a shift in the way communication is done. And, very interesting example that came to my mind. Initially, I order food a lot using the food apps. So, they know what I like, and they would generally send me that, there are discounts here, or order your favorite biryani. But I see a definite shift in their messaging. Yes. So now they are sending notification which reads like, we know you are going through a lot. So tell us what you feel like eating. Let us do that. Things like that. So there is a shift in communication, whereas the providers of service and products are now concentrated more on listening to what you want rather than telling what they have to say. So if you can tell us a little bit about this interesting shift from telling to listening. That would be very interesting to understand. If we can start with you, Charu, about this, paradigm shift in the way communication is done. It's more about listening now rather than just telling or, bombarding you with whatever I have to offer.
I actually wouldn't agree with you there that there's a paradigm shift. I would just say that the Overton window has certainly expanded, because listening was always important. So it's really, so just think for a moment that if a brand or a business does not listen to its consumers, its stakeholders, they will miss out on important signals, and they can't afford to do that, right? And it could be something obvious, it could be something subtle, but the net result is really going to be that they're going to lose out a lot on credibility for the business, because if they do not listen. And so effective listening actually ensures that the brand does not lose sight of the big picture. And so really being conscious of the time, I'm going to just say that, I think today it's no more about just listening. It's moved beyond that to a world where brands and businesses need to be empathetic listeners, truly make an effort to understand what or who the person or what the person is trying to say to them, or communicate in a very subtle way. It could be very subtly said something, but it's really about catching that. So this means that, two things: they need to move beyond active listening to a zone of non judging and empathy. So what that essentially means is that they need to listen a lot more to people with an open mind, and that's what the trick is. You have to have an open mind and not just be very, very, think beyond that bubble of yours and just go beyond, have a more open mind. And secondly, with empathy, which means emotionally connecting with the person through compassion, understanding feelings, insights. And empathetic listening is needed most when someone needs to be just heard and just needs to be acknowledged and is not particularly coming to you for a solution. And that's what brands need to understand. You don't have to react all the time. You just have to make the person feel, I'm there for you. And that's really what it is. We've just moved, the Overton windows expanded. Yeah.
Right. What do you have to say about it? What is your take on it?
Charu, I feel we've always been, very, very invested in listening to what our consumers have to say. But I feel we've augmented it in two senses. One is incentivizing, and second is crisis management. So what I mean by incentivizing is that during the pandemic, there were a lot of people who said that they wanted to contribute. They felt helpless sitting at home, but they could do a lot more on their social media networks, for example. So, they sent out a plea, saying that we could probably help you get 100 cylinders of oxygen, or we'll probably help you get some volunteers at XYZ location, get incentivizing people for these proactive steps where they wanted to help out was something that was seen. I would want to give an example of cred here. They allowed people to use their cred points and donate them so that cred could give out more oxygen cylinders, or cred could give out more money to people who were actually working as volunteers in COVID hit areas. So I think that was brilliant. You incentivized people who actually donated their cred points, and what they did was they gave them a certificate, or like an e-certificate, which could be aggregated across all platforms, saying that I've done my bit, I've done a bit of donation. I hope I'm like a important part of this fight against the pandemic. So I feel, number one, that's important. And number two, crisis. So crisis has now moved from, is the brand being targeted, to every consumer asking for something. So, if a consumer said that, I'm in distress, there are 20 families in my building who have not received their groceries for the past week, and we are in distress. There are local brands who've jumped in, who've looked at the sentiment, who've jumped in and who've sent small parcels, good enough for 2 days, 3 days for each family. Yes. Now it's gone more beyond, is someone complaining about my brand online? People have gone beyond, that, and people are actually wanting to listen. Is my consumer in distress? Is anyone in distress that I can help out? So I feel those are the two key ways in which, listening has been augmented.
Josna, what do you have to say about it? Do you think it's just expansion of the listening window, or do you think there is actually a shift in the way it is heard and told? What is your take on it?
So there is no paradigm shift in communication. Listening was forever there, and I completely agree with both my co-speakers on that. And I love that bit that Charu mentioned about how the consumer today, particularly the millennial and the Gen Z, for example, consumer, they are extremely cautious about being people who are judgmental. I don't know, this was something probably we didn't grow up with, whether people are being judgmental, but these kids obviously have this very big thing about judgmental, are people being judgmental, etc. But so I would say listening enables you to acquire facts so that you can make decisions that benefit your business. And it is essential to building trust and can reduce conflict. End of the day, it will only reduce conflict. So the reputation of a business depends upon listening skills that you have. That to me is, I think, the most critical in our dealing with consumers, etc.
Right. So, as when we speak, we spoke a lot about interesting brands and their messagings, etc. There are some brands or some products that do not have any scope of selling in this period, right? But they still need to stay afloat in terms of retention of their brand value, and so that when things open up and as and when things normalize, we keep going back to those brands, right? So if you can tell me a little bit about the need of communication and how it is to be done so that you can stay afloat in the consumer's mind even while they are not using your services or products. So if you can start here, Jyotsna, tell us a little bit about brands who are not selling but still they want to stay in the conversation, they want to be a part of the buzz. So what should be their communication strategy like?
It's basically all that you will do right now is develop and build on the trust factor. That is all. You just have to be empathetic, as I think both of them have mentioned, Priya and Charu. You have to be able to ensure that you relate to them, and at the same time you are listening to what they are saying. That's probably one of the key things that are there to ensure that you are there on top of it. It's about being on top of it and ensuring that you relate to them. That's all I would say.
That's Priya, what do you have to say about that?
I agree with Jyotsna. I think all the tools that brands have been using pre-pandemic, I believe they do continue to use them. However, there is one thing that I feel like certain brands have started doing now, certain mid-sized or smaller brands, which obviously cannot invest so much into advertising, is that they've started using hyper-local influencers. What that means is that we understand that, if someone you really adore or someone you look up to lives 20,000 kilometers away from you and is trying to endorse a product, you would rather relate to someone who is literally in your city, who's used your product, who's actually talking about the benefits of it, who can actually talk about how to get it. I feel that is one new way that, brands have adopted now, using hyper-local influencers and talking about their stories. Not just having them talk about the product on their social media handles, but actually having local heroes talk about how they are using it in their day-to-day lives. I think that's one thing that they've definitely adopted in these times.
Charu, your 2 cents on it.
Yeah, exactly. My 2 cents, because Jyotsna and Priya have really well covered it. And I'm going to just add by saying that, it is not important that you have to always sell. You can still stay, in the minds of the consumers. And that's where listening actually now comes in. It plays a far more bigger role here because, when you're not really selling and engaging, you have to listen and see what the needs of the consumers are, or your audiences are, your stakeholders are, and how do you connect with them on that emotional level. And so you have to be really part of the narrative and communicate effectively. Even if it means just connecting with the consumers on their social needs, or using micro influencers, as Priya talked about, or just making people feel, hey, I know, I hear you, I'm there for you. Give me a shout out if you need me. So it's just that. Yeah.
Right. We are really short pressed for time, but I would still come back to you for one last closing of comment from each one of you. So as and when we speak about shout outs, like we are all talking on this call right now, and Swiggy sends me a message saying, give your kitchen a lunch break, don't overcook yourself, especially on the weekend. Right. So I would come to each one of you and want to sum it up with one favorite example of yours, of a brand that you think has really done quirky messaging, but still done what they have to do. And that's really impressed you. We'll start with you, Jyotsna.
I think I've already given the example of the Priya Didi Diwali ad of Facebook. Yes. I think that really touched me, and it just went beyond everything. But there is another one where IKEA, whose purpose is basically making every day brighter, they posted a content around different aspects of life at home. And this is what their consumers or their customers were looking for. So how do you brands gauge basically their customer interest, decide on the frequency and channel of communication, and see what is advisable for them to do instead of filtering out or making it extremely on the face, etc. I think that is one very good example. I liked all the communication that Burger King and McDonald's came up with. I loved the recent Coke ad that was there, which was announced. I think it was during the last pandemic, not this one in the second phase, but the earlier one. Even that was extremely good, where you could relate to it.
Absolutely. Priya, your favorite example would be?
So I've loved the social interactions that Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's have had. I think those
We're all
are
foodies here. It clearly shows.
textbook. They are so good. You could just literally put them into a book and give it out as guidelines to the next generation comms people. But yeah, those are lovely. And I think one ad which doesn't really talk about the needs of the pandemic, but really spoke about how people are feeling alone, especially disempowered segments probably, was the Bhima Jewelers ad. I'm sure all of you have seen it. It's about this transition journey, from being, evolving into a transgender person and then getting married. I feel it spoke to a lot of people who were isolated, who could not express themselves. I think it was just another level of communication which broke away from the monotony of the pandemic or the monotony of communication that brands have been doing. So I feel that was really, really touching for them.
Right. Aru, your favorite example?
I have many. I love following brands, their ads and their communication, honestly. And my all-time favorites and my favorite brand is Burger King. The way, for centuries, the way they take on McDonald's, the way they do things, I love it. I just completely love it. But then other than that, obviously I'm really inspired by Adidas, and I've talked about it. I'm inspired by all the brands which are doing a lot of regional communication, because there's a lot to be learned from them, and they are these guys who are barely spoken about or acknowledged, and I think it's time they get their due. And for me now, what's standing out is that how the non-traditional brands who do not really communicate with consumers directly or more in the B2B space, they are coming up with new ways to communicate, they are being innovative, they are breaking the boundaries, and they are, they're talking, for example, Vedanta. They try to demystify what mining is for people, and getting them to understand that the nib on your pen where does it come from? Schneider, the way they are taking on the whole renewables energy space. So it's really exciting to see how these B2B brands who are always considered to be boring and, blah, and they are coming up in such a big way, and they're making a connect with the consumer. I think hats off to them.
So even the recent one that you had where ITC has set up this, they've converted the stadium in Calcutta into
they have a 200-bed facility now.
That's a great way. You are not selling anything, but you are just empathizing. You are rising up to the occasion. Speaks volumes about leadership values that are there. And Charu, Adidas by any chance is your client?
No, I'm not working with any brands right now.
I don't think we should forget the cred ads. They are just mind-blowing at this point of time.
Who is also not your client, right?
Kumar Sanu is just, and Rahul Dravid just out of the arena. Those are beautiful ads.
Yeah.
Right. And I have nothing to do with Swiggy. I just love to eat, and hence I love their messaging. So thank you so much, Josna. Thank you so much, Priya. Thank you so much, Charu, for setting the stage for the amazing conversation. And thank you so much for being a part of this panel. It was great connecting with each one of you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dasmay.
Thank you, Josna, Charu.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you so much, ladies, for that wonderful conversation. And I'm sure a lot of our viewers have taken notes on the same. I hope all of you are enjoying the sessions. Do put out in the comments or in the chat box, wherever you're watching us, your key insights from takeaways from this session. Moving forward, we are going towards our first keynote speaker. I'd like to invite on screen and welcome Mr. Sagar Push, co-founder and CEO, Clan Connect. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Push.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, Sagar, loud and clear. Very warm welcome to you.
Thanks a lot, guys. And let me know when I have to start, because there are two things. One is I'm slightly under the weather, and I would also want to keep it slightly short and sweet. So can I start right now, or do we have to wait for other people to join in?
No, Sagar, you can begin right now.
All right. So greetings, everyone. Trust that you and your loved ones are doing well. Welcome to the very first edition of the Exchange for Media 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards. That we are all here today despite all odds is a testament to the true grit possessed by the entire PR and communications fraternity of the country. And for that, I salute you. While it is through a virtual platform, it gives me immense pleasure to be addressing you all on this fine occasion. Today, we have come together to celebrate and congratulate 30 of our brightest minds who continue to ignite breakthrough ideas in communication, bringing the world closer, even in the age of social distancing. It is a quote often repeated that tough times don't last, but only tough people do. These words of wisdom ring true in the current state of affairs where PR and communication professionals are embracing the tectonic shifts occurring in the industry. As things stands, technology has transformed the communication space beyond recognition. In fact, if you were to venture 10 years into the past, you would not recognize this space at all. It wouldn't be an overstatement to say that the industry has evolved more than in the past 2 to 3 years than it did over the past 2 to 3 decades. Innovation has, without a doubt, changed the way we communicate. The end goal of communication is still the same, that we all know, creating a connection with clients, peers, customers, investors. It all boils down to sharing relevant information that grips the interest of our target audience. With the addition of tech driven bells and whistles, the entire process has become much more convenient. Fast forward to today, and we can manage an entire event with just the smartphones in our hands. Who could have imagined back then that an entire summit would take place online? But here we are. We recently entered into the new decade, one that is replete with technological prowess and progress. It is also an opportune time to look back at the trends and innovations that shaped our industry and brought us where we are today. Invariably, and not surprisingly, actually, it all started with social media. A handful of social media platforms came into existence and gave the news a new outlet to reach to its target audience. Platforms like Facebook and Twitter not only changed the way we engaged with our social groups, but also the way a lot of businesses work. At this point, brands began to change their public persona. They came out as tech savvy, always on, highly accountable organizations, and the end users loved the transition. And then, lo and behold, Instagram entered the fray, and the rest is just the history. You know, shout out to all the influencers. But on a serious note, uh, organizations were now hungry for consistent and engaging branding. Thus, need for PR agencies skyrocketed. But their role changed. PR agencies were no longer just about media relations. They were, in fact, and I still continue to be creative directors, content developers, digital advertisers, and much more. This gave birth to a 360-degree communication, the only way forward. For many years, marketing and public relations were seen as two different paths. It's very important to note this here, that they were seen as two different paths. However, these lines have blurred. And how? Since end users are always online consuming heaps of content every second, it is difficult to discern where marketing ends and where the PR begins. It's all under the vast umbrella of communication, and this is no longer a secret. Corporate communication leaders now thoroughly understand their role in advertising and promoting products and services, building brand awareness, and building a loyal customer base. They also saw the effectiveness of content marketing in their public relation efforts. Think of in depth research articles by industry leaders or white papers explaining the efficacy of a solution. This has led to interesting intermingling of two domains, leading to high impact campaigns that communicate a variety of messages and hit just the right mark. Today, numerous top public relation agencies also have a digital marketing arm. Why? It's interesting to note that they have all of them almost today have a digital marketing arm because companies realize that then they were missing opportunities in the digital landscape, and our agile industry sees the opportunity. The ambit of our services expanded and brands made the most of it. And as of more campaigns started to go digital, it became the need of the hour to track them. At the outset of my speech, I mentioned that communication has changed in the last 2 years more than it did in the last 2 decades. It is nothing but data analytics, digital marketing, and artificial intelligence that are championing this revolution. Now, the variety of data that can be captured is increasing. The abundance of data that is available is staggering. We can do more with this data as we continue to master the art of measuring insights. Yesterday's PR managers are now being repositioned as CMOs. Many companies like Coca Cola and LinkedIn have done this. Integrated communication and PR analytics are all building an industry that is cohesive and more fast paced than ever before, which basically goes on to prove that brands today understand the importance of PR, and an individual who understands the PR also understands the talk or the communication that involves marketing. The individuals we are recognizing today, coming back to what we all are here for, are Fantastic 30, know the dynamics of the industry all too well. They have navigated through these tough waters and they have emerged victoriously. They have been able to make a difference in a time where life, as we knew it, has changed. This is a victory that will stay for you for the entirety of your professional careers. But the skill you use to get here may not be the ones that will take you further from this juncture. The fast changing business landscape calls for learning, unlearning, and relearning over and over again. These skills you possess today may become obsolete in next few years. Forward-looking innovations like machine learning, artificial intelligence, and data analytics will continue to change the way our processes work. And we as professionals will need to roll out with the punches. So my advice, stay agile, stay nimble, stay on top of all the developments happening around you. It is only through continuous learning and practicing the skills you learn that you will be able to stay relevant in this industry, or any industry for that matter. Continue building on your existing skills and keep evolving as professionals. Learn the best practices of creating media relations, ace copywriting and editing, master social media, community, and stakeholder relations, and become highly proficient in crisis management. Be bold, humanize stories, use data, and create ripples. Gain management skills and hone your talents as future leaders, because this is exactly who you are. Each one of you is the future of public relations and corporate communications. Wear your victories well, go forth, and bring on the next revolution. This, dear future veterans, is just the beginning. Onwards and upwards from here. This is Captain Sagar Pushp. That's my piece for today. Over and out from here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Captain. And it was a wonderful opportunity for us to listen into you. And I'm sure all our viewers have taken some great insights from your talks. Thank you so much for being here, and we wish you good health.
Thanks a lot, Kathy. Thanks a lot, everyone. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our second panel discussion of the day, which will talk about the importance of ethics and transparency in public relation, let's take a quick break and look at the audiovisuals of Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World. Can we have the AVs, please? Can I request everyone to please stay on mute, and let's play the AVs.
Business. When you think business, you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is the first edition of Exchange for Media E4M PR and Comm 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2021. With that, we're moving on directly to our second panel of the day, which will talk about the importance of ethics and transparency in public relations. I'd like to welcome the stellar panelists that we have for this. Mr. Bhaskar Majumdar, Head Corporate Affairs, Communications and Digital at Aegis India. Mr. Sameer Kapoor, Director at Factors PR. Ms. Nupur Sharma, Partner PR Pandit. Ms. Rachna Chaudhary, Founder, Director, Media Value Works. Ms. Abhilasha Padhi, Co-Founder and Joint Managing Director at ATDB. And moderating the session is Mr. Ruhail Amin, Editor, Business World and Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much, Khyati. Welcome to co-panelists, my co-panelists. I think Mr. Sameer Kapoor couldn't join us, but we understand we are in very tough times.
Yeah, Sameer is actually down with COVID. I just had a word with him in the morning. So he's recovering, but still he's not fully well. So he decided, to skip it.
Right. No, I think we are all, we at the beginning have to understand that these are very unprecedented, tough times. And, we all have to kind of, understand such things are happening around us. So, topic before us today is importance of ethics and transparency in PR. And, if the general perception of PR, as a journalist, when we get a lot of calls in the morning and in the evening, these are two times a lot of calls come to us. And when we go through the press releases, it's all praise and flowery language, sometimes, and we have to tone it down. And so tell me, the perception largely is in the market, as people perceive that it's all about being flowery, nice. I want to come to you first, Mr. Majumdar. Okay, you're the only male apart from me on the panel. Let me start the other way. This is how we look at PR, but is that the correct way of looking at it? Are PR practitioners also a victim of this mindset that we have to always praise and put in extra, praise in all our write-ups and releases?
See, I think, from my 23 years of experience, I've worked with different agencies as well as corporates. I think there is a basic difference. Whenever there is the corporate commission department is directly reporting to marketing. Their way of functioning is very much different from the communication department, which is directly, interacting with the management team. For marketing, every little news, is important. And I think because of pressure, a lot of times, the agencies are bit reluctant to say no to certain news, which they also know that it's difficult to get it covered. But internal pressures, client pressures, and especially with COVID time, every agency is very much impacted with revenue loss. So everyone tries their level best to get those kind of news which generally or in normal days is difficult to get covered.
Okay. Let me come to you, Abhilasha, at this stage. When we talk about ethics and being true to ourselves, and then when such communication happens, how do we kind of come to terms with bridging, making it as real as possible?
So I think, when you talk about ethics, I think it flows from the leadership, and it needs to be displayed in everyday interactions across multiple stakeholders, including clients. And we as PR agencies, we as PR consultants and professionals are basically brand navigators. So our role over there becomes very, very critical to check the kind of information that is going out, or the kind of information that is being shared, to ensure that there is a strong differentiation between content that is overtly promotional in nature and not based on fact and data. And I think data will lead the way. And at ATDB, that's what our attempt has been, to make sure that we put our content, our communication, through a check, as we call it. So what? So what if this is happening? What is the impact? Is this authentic enough? I think those are a couple of questions that we as brand navigators need to ask ourselves, our clients, so that the communication that goes out is genuine and creates impact for the organizations that we are trying to create communication for. And I think the pandemic has changed people's view of how they're accessing and viewing information. They expect leaders, organizations to give them the right information. Scrutiny has increased. So, information that is based on the parameters of authenticity and credibility is very, very critical now, more so ever, and needs to be a part of the organizational and communication culture.
Right. Rachna and Nupur, I have a different question for you. What are the ways in which PR agencies can implement elements of transparency in their overall approach? I want to start with you, Rachna. So your audio is on mute.
Oh, sorry. Hi, thank you, Rohit. A little grief for all our fellow friends and people in the fraternity who've not been able to survive the COVID, and we've had some very bad instances yesterday. So a little pause for that, I thought was imperative. And we are taking the communications forward. Ethics, coming to our conversation on ethics, I think the best we describe ethics is the topic it's actually not what PR and what PR is doing ethically, but it's about what messaging is going out ethically. We are the channel drivers. We take the message out in media. We take the message out in public. There are broadly a couple of rules that we need to follow in terms of keeping our where do we draw a line and how much are we being pushy in our stories is extremely important, and it works both ways. It's about how the changing rules of media today has become. There are many cases where we always knew that the headline should not carry a brand name. It was always the case. We've been through the industry for over 20 plus years now. We always knew that the headlines should not carry the brand name. But recently, we have seen the rules of the game is changing so fast, and there are these huge number of online portals who are willingly taking the brand names right on the headline at the top. And that's, in our traditional thought process, we always knew that was being categorized under editorial category of stories, but it's being going into the editorial category with brand names right on the top. So this is just one part of making a story become brand centric, and that's where the messaging is getting blurred all the time, that how much are you being pushy, and the story is being crafted each day. And broadly, in our experience, and I believe that's almost a best practice for all our PR professionals, is we have almost started categorizing a press release to be more promotional, and a leadership article or a thought leadership article to be the knowledge oriented and being with a measured set of ethics and transparency put in. And you measure your content when you're doing an article, and you are going little promotional when you're doing a press release. I mean, that's broadly the two tools that we follow to differentiate between the two. Rohit.
Right. Well said. I want to come to you, Nupur, with a similar question.
Right.
The importance of transparency in the PR communication in your organization, for example. How do you ensure that it stays that way all times? Is it challenging at times as well? I mean, just your thoughts on this.
Sure. I think just echoing what Rachna just mentioned, I think the importance of transparency and ethical communications has never been more clearer. Public relations at the core of what we demonstrate and what we do acts as a conscience of a company. And I think today people care what an organization stands for. People do go the extra mile to support the companies that stand for the same beliefs as them. And I think this phenomena is absolutely on the rise. And I think today the public relations industry in India is advocating this trend very, very strongly. Even at PR Pandit, I think we do maintain the transparency is at the core of what we do. And I think what Rachna mentioned beyond that, I think it is very important to have a perspective. And we tell that to each and every team members of ours. Have a perspective, which is key, and also sometimes challenge the narrative. clients do go the extra mile to build a mission statement or a value statement or a campaign thought. But I think it is very important to at times also challenge the narrative in a way to see that how this is going to be perceived in the public eye, because at the end of the day, we all are consumers of that brand today. So these are other two factors that we sort of propagate internally and make sure that every team member has a view on that.
Right. Bhaskar, I think over the past few years, especially brands, I think there is now the communication. I mean, for a journalist also, he cannot directly go to the brand. There's a layer in between and a very protocol layer. But how has the entire process of, reaching out, I mean, what are the big changes that you have seen happening as far as the conversation around building more transparency around PR, is concerned? If you look at the last 5 years, you've been in the industry. Give me a sense of what have you observed, how things have moved to a different level.
See, I mean, I'll take it in a very different way. First, for any business, either it's a promoter-driven business or a MNC, the aim is always to be, profitable for growth, sustenance, and going down to basics of, paying the salary, the increment the next year. And there lies the, issue of growth as well as being ethical. So I think, and especially with, organization or brands which are working under highly regulated environment, there is always this thin line of being ethical and being profitable, especially, telecom, mining, construction, multiple things. So I think it's as everyone said, it starts with the brand itself. First, they have to think that, they have to communicate transparently to not only the media, to every stakeholder, including the internal audience. I think internal audience is also very important for any brand. And especially during this time with COVID, which has fast forwarded that digital transformation and social media is now a accepted norm for any kind of communication, has posed a serious threat because, unlike traditional media, social or digital is a mix of earned as well as paid. So one has to understand, and I think it's the responsibility of the brand to be, transparent, and obviously the agency. I mean, I've spent a lot of time with agency. It's the moral duty of the agency also to advise the client accordingly.
Right. Abhilasha, Bhaskar raised a point about social media, spinning it in a very different way, the entire narrative around being transparent and maintaining those strict protocols, that any company, a PR company adheres to. In your view, the conversation around the entire piece of being transparent in the PR domain, how much of focus has it now gained? Was it always the same?
So I think, in terms of in terms of social media, if you see, it's just another tool for communication. We've had multiple tools. It would be the media, it could have been an event, it could have been internal communication. So social media is just a mere tool, but yes, you're correct. I think the need for transparency in the current trend of social media, which is acting as a newsroom today, making it easy for stakeholders and the public to discover news, not only opens up your organization for scrutiny, but also allows your stakeholders to interact with users on issues which could be key to them. So it's a double-edged sword in that sense. It has a plus side where it can turn it can in turn help an organization to act upon concerns. So a two-way communication could be opened up, and relationships can be built basis this entire transparent social media platform that is available to us. That being said, I think transparency needs to be a part of your culture. It can't be faked. Anyone who's trying to fake or so-called demonstrate transparency will be found out very quickly. For example, if your customer service begins and ends with just bot responses, then it's going to lead to poor customer engagement. You need to have real felt messages, engagement with your users out there to create a culture of transparency within your organization.
Right.
No, I mean, adding to what Abhilasha said, I think, the brands have to be actually, they have to actually give it thought whenever there is any kind of communication which is going on. Because as has been discussed, even if you're trying to, pass on certain things which are not correct, today or tomorrow it's going to appear, and that takes a big hit for the brand.
Right. Let me give you a practical example, since I am at the receiving end of press releases. We always get some startup #1 in the world, #1 in this, #1 in this, and that comes from all PR agencies. Okay. We know, I mean, this sugar coating is there. I think, is this a stereotype that PR communication needs to have a sugar coating? That's one question, Rachna, that I want to ask you. Is it necessary? Are we caught in a stereotype? Second, why is this PR
yes,
when, for example,
I'll give some formulas. I think all of us practice it, and I'm just sharing it. One of the rules that PR agencies do follow at the bottom of their heart when we onboard a new client is we create a particular niche sector to make that client a hero in that sector. And that's when we start quoting them as being #1 or being a leader brand. And that's one of the very hidden strategy in the PR messaging that I think all of us have to practice. And that's the only way the brand actually gets enhanced, because we craft a niche for the brand. And when a niche gets crafted, that's when he becomes a hero, and that's when that brand becomes #1. So I think that's broadly the storyline methodology that is being practiced, and we are sitting with young people who can actually learn from all the experiences that we've had over the years. So that being the broad rule, we have to have a very clear mandate amongst us as to how much are we able to push the brand. And it's a very measured conversation that probably the CEO or the owner of that brand needs to have with the agency, and it's a very unsaid drawn line, but we need to play it over there. And that's where actually the rule of the PR industry can make it very big or can make it very small, because we always operate at levels where we do not have a border, and that's where the opportunist, that the question that you had right in that panel point, that how opportunistic can we make ourselves, and we need to keep our ethics over there. We've had some cases in the past, and we know globally how PR agencies floated, and maybe it was a political party drama, etc. But we all have the ability to make such cases every day.
Right.
It's the ethics of every PR professional today that we keep our ground leveled, and we are not crossing our levels. It's our mandates, our ethics. I think everybody will agree to it. Because the playground is very simple. There is no playground. We can play it all if we want to. So we have to maintain our ethics there.
Yeah, so it's a lot of
Also to add, especially with startups, the promoters or the management team, they develop for the corporate commission department also.
Yes.
And that is the biggest issue. Anything and everything, even internal awards, they would like to push it to the media. I've been in the agency side, I have seen it, and that becomes a problem. And also, with normal clients also, I think the major issue with agencies lies, that the servicing team generally doesn't have the audience of the senior management of the client side. They are generally at the mercy of the corporate commission team. And again, I am part of, I've seen both the sides. For the corporate commission team also, every news is a news, because they also have to justify certain things to their management. So I think it's a combination of both sides. But with startups, I think, I've handled startups where I have issued, 4 releases in a day.
I think just to add there, what Bhaskar just mentioned, I think stakes are even more higher today. We cannot let that slip in any circumstances today. I think clients trust you with what kind of communication is being rolled out. But I think today, as communication advisories, consultants to our clients, I think we've also learned to push back somewhere. And I think that is happening. And I think that's the culture. I think all of us today, all of us who are representing our agencies and our teams have sort of inculcated in our teams as well, that question, ask, and then sort of see the relevance. So even when a release is coming to you, Rohail, where we are claiming that it's the #1 or it's the best performing brand or an app today, I think somewhere we are confident that when we are sending that out to you, it is backed by something concrete, because we know that you will question us, you will question the PR team. I think that's the first attack that any we know that that's the first question that will come to any organization. So I think today we are cognizant of that as well.
So you build that line of defense. There is, I mean, there's enough data that will substantiate it, right? That's what you're trying to say, right?
Of course. I think gone those days of just sending out releases without being backed by data. And we know that it is not going to pick up. People know that we don't want to, inundate your mailboxes with information that is not going to find value. I think that's becoming more and more clearer.
Also, just to add to what Nupur, Bhaskar, and Rachna have just said, I think even the startups have now understood the value of impactful communication rather than doing just a blast kind of a messaging. And there are multiple tools that they have in case they want communication for a certain sect of their stakeholders. They could use their own blogs, they could use their social platforms. It need not necessarily just be the media. And even in the media, there are times when it need not necessarily be an earned media outreach. There are various paid platforms as well where you can put your news in. So, and we've seen, in the last couple of years of having worked with startups, that they have come around to accept these, consulting tips from us in that sense.
Right. Bhaskar, as you mentioned earlier as well, that you have seen both sides of this divide. So there's a thin line. Tell me when a client is, you onboard a new client and he wants to be portrayed in a certain way, which according to you may not be, palatable so easily. How do you first deal with that issue, to be transparent, communicate to him that, look, transparency here is more important than just portraying you in a certain way. Do these conversations actually happen, and how do you deal with these conversations?
See, in earlier times, I mean, there is always a disconnect in agency side. As I have worked there, I know. Earlier, there used to be a business development team, and there used to be a servicing team. So whenever this business development team goes and pitches for the client, they always give the rosy picture. And once they get the client, the services team actually struggles to fulfill those. I'll not say false promises, but promises which can never happen. But slowly in last, I think 6 to 7 months, I mean, agencies have taken this decision of, communicate that what you actually can deliver, so that, building up that trust is from day one, rather than, getting the client and then struggling. But I mean, from the client side, the expectations will be always there. It's always necessary to have a sit down discussion and point out those things, and basic rules have been set, so that there is no hard feeling in between anyone. Right. Rachna, your thoughts? Every company wants to believe they are number one. Is that the right approach also, by the way? I mean, is it? I mean, of course it's about mindset and everything else, but one has to be practical. Do every startup? It's always good to think. It's always good to think that you are number one, but the problem lies when you start communicating it. Yeah. Because others have to believe it also. True. So, Rachna, have you met with such situations where a client who may not be number one demands to be portrayed as number one, and how do you deal with such requests from your clients?
Yes, this happens. In fact, this happens quite regularly, and see, it's all about the strategies that you are recommending the client to follow. Despite this competition in every market, and especially in our business, or especially at Media Valley Works, we work with several B2B tech companies. And when it comes to tech, I think most of these services, or you can draw a parlance, and several people will be offering almost similar services. But there's a niche that every organization has, and we have to come back to identifying that niche and making that as the narrative, and that draws the storylines further. So if someone is a specialist in a particular category, which we further then drill it down and make success stories out of it, and it's only over a period of time will he get established as number one. It can't be, it's not a piece of cake that someone can churn around a magic wand and you become number one like that. So it's about the time and the investment, and a continuous crafting of the message, both on social media, on blogs, and putting it out in media in a very measured manner. So we know the consolidated impact that will get generated. And we are in an age that we are able to have enough metrics. I mean, we can have so much of data giving us every post on social media can have a metric that supports, and this post worked or didn't work, and whether was there any traction found or not found. So all these metrics help us revisit our conversations with the media and with the client, and we can come back and revisit each day and learn from our own storylines. I think that's the way things have shaped up right now. We are learning every day from our own actions and revisiting and redevising. I think everybody would agree to this kind of stories.
I think I would say confidently that just to add to that, it's always objectives before optics. I think delivery of purpose has become a reason why a brand should exist. So I think the opportunistic PR, can take a backseat today because, like Rashna mentioned, that it's about structuring it and contextualizing it, and then it's about piquing interest and then making the brand come into the consideration set. So I think that is the process today.
Some opportunistic PR and some people call it moment marketing. How do we differentiate between the two also? I mean, there's a thin line again, right? I mean, you see a context and you start using that narrative around your communication also, right? Abhilasha, your thoughts on this, if you can hear me?
Yeah, I can. So, in terms of, opportunistic PR and moment marketing, that's the question, right? So I think brands have also come a long way in understanding how critical their purpose is in terms of reaching out to their audiences. Trust that they have built, they realize that it's a most treasured asset. It's not given, it's built. It is maintained through a series of thoughtful executions that bring life the values and missions of a brand. And audience in general are no longer interested in simply being a target for the brand. Whether they're in the market to buy an appliance or to go to the college or find being treated for a chronic illness, they want to engage with brands that engage and make them feel real, and engagement that is lasting. So if moment marketing is a part of that thought out communication, if that opportunistic conversation is a part of that communication, then it works. But if it is just out of nowhere, then I don't think it works. So it has to be in context, it has to be relevant content, and it needs to be a part of your constant brand narrative. And I think a great case in point is Zomato. Zomato is the guru of all moment marketing, but it is all contextual, be it taking a stand on a political or a religious topic, be it around COVID, or be it in general the marketing that is day to day on. So I think that is the key difference.
Right. I have time for one last question, which is that, of course, when you have transparency and you follow the code of conduct, ethics, there's a certain trust between the clients and the agency, of course. But tell me, does a long-standing agency always hold you accountable only for the numbers, kitne press releases hue, or there's a trust factor which is beyond that? They don't necessarily depend on this metric. The trust that you have earned does not have to answer in terms of these many press releases and these many conversions happened. Does that actually happen in the market basket?
I think, it's still a discussion which can be discussed again and again. I mean, various brands, they believe in various type of methods. I always, in my company, I always say that, being respectable and be responsible in the industry is far better than being number one. So, if you can communicate that in a proper way, nowadays you have got different avenues to communicate. It's not only the traditional media, there is paid media, there is earned media, there is shared media, there is own media. You can utilize any of them. So you have got a very, platform and tools which you can use. But yeah, there are still brands which believe that, number of press releases, number of coverage, or nowadays people call it visibility, number of visibility, it counts. But I think it's for the communication team as well as the leadership team and also the agency to sit and discuss that what are the best ways to understand what visibility you have garnered.
Rachna, your thoughts?
Yes, Rahel. As in, normally in our day-to-day life, we say how big has been the story. That almost answers the questions that we need to thereafter go back on. You know, if the story has been really big, everything is achieved. You don't have to worry after that. But if the story has not been there for the last quarter, Q1, Q2, there's been no story. Then that's the time you start doing all this, you know, metrics and support. But if there has been a story, the client is sworn in, you know, you don't have to worry thereafter because the work really speaks up. So I think we all face it all the time. So we know how big is the story all about.
Nupur and Abhilasha.
Sure. I think absolutely. I think today the clients entrust us, the PR agencies, with their entire reputation, which is massive. I think in the process, the relationship that is built could be performance and solution driven, but I think there is always a lens of humanity and sort of trust factor. I think PR is about people. If you're not a people's person, people want to believe you, or you should not be in PR.
Abhilasha, a quick thoughts, and I think I have one last question, which is I really always wanted to ask PR people, so that I have to ask. Yeah.
All right. So, just to add to what Nupur, Bhaskar, and Rachna have said, I think trust the relationship of trust between a client and an agency is of utmost importance. I think once that is taken care of, there would be slips, there would be days when there would be no big story, as Rachna said. But at the end of it, it is that trust which will take you through that phase as well, because the client does know that you have their best interest at heart. Having said that, data of a certain kind also helps the client understand if they are in the right direction, for them to know if this is what they want to do, or is there a mid-course correction that one needs to do in their communication and brand strategy. And there are different kinds of data matter. It's not just about 15 hits for a press release. It could be the share of voice. It could be the quality of the communication message that came out. It could be the social media engagement that they have seen. So I think given the vast gamut of platforms that we have, data is important, and I don't think it sticks to the number of coverages or exposure anymore. I think it's gone beyond that now.
Okay, final 30-second answers from all of you. We know, I mean, contextuality, of course, of communication and ethics. I think when you talk about ethics, you have to be aware of where you are coming from. For example, in COVID, you get press releases and calls about something very unrelated. Is that, I mean, how do you address this in this? Of course, our clients and all, they have their own businesses to run, and it has to, on one side we have to do it, another side we are in a very different crisis. How do we build a tone and build that being ethical and understanding and sensitive brands? How do we build that tone and yet carry on with the business? 30-second answers. Bhaskar.
See, as I said, it depends on the brand. I mean, at certain times, too much of information is also bad information, because whatever information you send it out, it's always gets stored. As you rightly said, during COVID times also, I've seen brands taking out new launches, which is, and I'm sure the PR agency must be struggling to get those news published. So, I mean, at certain times, I think the senior management has to be also very responsible while, what kind of communication should go at what time and at what frequency. And that is, I think the brands has to decide internally first.
Okay. Abhilasha.
So I think the key is, again, as I mentioned earlier, is being authentic in your communication, even and taking into consideration the kind of context that we are in, given the entire, unprecedented health crisis that we are in. What we've seen amongst our clients set at ATDB, they are taking our consultations seriously about new launches or about going in with news that really doesn't matter. And we see a great amount of understanding, empathy, and involvement from them. And I think that's how it is. I think we'd be able to create more impactful communication when both the client team and the agency team work together on mutual understanding and trust. And the information that we give them about the context is well researched and data led as well. I mean, a situation like COVID doesn't need any data or research, but there are other situations that one might come across. It could just be the fact that it is the budget month and you shouldn't be doing anything around it. So I think that's what matters.
Rachna.
Sure. This is actually the competency of the agency to catch the flavor. And we need to accordingly recommend the flavor to the client and build stories around it. So we know it's budget time, we talk about it. We know it's emergency and COVID, we do not talk about happiness or wealth or distribution of happiness around. So these are the very hidden rules that is churned. So our playbook is very different. We don't have a playbook in PR industry. We play it on the call every time, every day, as per the situation. And that's really the edge PR professionals drive against, I think, many other professionals where there is a defined playbook. We here do not have playbooks. I think that's broadly the way we operate.
Final words, Nupur.
I think COVID has pushed ethical considerations back to the fundamentals today. I think concerns about transparency and corporate responsibility have become more urgent. And like everyone said, I think today we advise our clients that sometimes not saying anything is the best practice than issuing information out.
Exactly.
So we play by the ear and we see where there is a relevance. Of course, there is commentary that needs to go out, but sometimes it's best to just keep quiet and not comment, but just observe.
I agree with you. A lot of calls have come lessened. Not many calls coming and press releases these days. I think, yes, I think they will operate with strategy. But thank you so much for joining us on this quick, short panel, but lovely conversation. And stay safe, all of you. And let's all pray that we get out of this soon. Thanks. And over to you, Khyati.
Thanks.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. And thank you, Ruhail, for steering this very interesting conversation. I'm sure all our viewers have taken some great takeaways from this conversation. Thank you once again for your time, panelists. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Rohil.
Bye. 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 Yes, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you are enjoying the content that is being put out on this first E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Summit 2021. We're going to take a short break to let you breathe and take in all the information that you've just received from the panelists, and also grab yourself some hot meal while we prepare the stage for the third panel, which will talk about the millennial driving the new age PR on the technology bandwagon. But before that, let's quickly take a look at some of the audio visuals while you take a break and get yourself something to eat. We'll see you back after the short break. Can we have the AVs, please?
The Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Communications 30 Under 30 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle corona pandemic in the communication industry. The Exchange for Media, the PR and Corp Communications 30 Under 30 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor these brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age 30 through these awards. This year, we have received over 110 nominations, out of which we selected Best 30 Plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening 80 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected.
I'm Lika. I head the brand and corporate communications for Indigo. It was my pleasure to be a jury on the Exchange for Media 30 Under 30 Awards. The amount of talent, the multitude of innovation, the non-stop new ideas and new media that this new crop is leveraging is absolutely amazing. Kudos to all the winners out there and best of luck for the future.
Hi, I'm Aman Abbas, founder and CEO of Comm. Thank you Exchange for Media for making me a jury member for 30 under 30 list of PR professionals, and I was absolutely awestruck to see some of the entries. I think they're fantastic, a bunch of people who have come together, and I'm very confident the industry is in the safe hands. Two things which are important for me when I look at these entries. One is that your own contribution to your team, to your clients in helping them move the needle, whether it is from the thought process or whether it is from the action. And the second part is the storytelling, which actually becomes very evident when you actually look at those entries, and some of those were like out of the world. It was extremely difficult to choose the top 30 because there are lots of very, very talented people in the industry, and I wish everyone all the best, and my special congratulations to the winners and everybody who has participated in this. Thank you very much.
Everybody, it's been a pleasure judging the Exchange for Media Awards. What I was looking personally was for three essential things. One, how precisely you communicated your thoughts, be it your weaknesses or strength. Secondly, where you see yourself 5 years down the line. And thirdly, your contribution to the industry and how far reaching it would be. As in, your thought and clarity in the area that you want to pursue was very, very, very important from my perspective. I think we have chosen a good set of 30 plus winners. I wish you all the best in the future and stay safe in these COVID times.
Congratulations to all winners of E4M 30 under 30. I believe all jury members had a tough time in selecting only 30 out of many good entries that we received. It was a delightful experience to go through the achievement of young ones of our industry. As far as judging criteria goes, those who had a focused vision of next 5 years and were able to clearly highlight their contribution in the industry stood out for me. Once again, congratulations to all the winners, and those who are not part of the list this time, please do not be disheartened. Keep working hard. You are the next generation leaders of our industry.
A big thank you to the entire E4M team and all the jury members who showed up, who spent time, who thought it was important that we all got together and kept an eye on the future. It is a very, very tough, difficult period that we are going through. But I also believe that at a time like this is when we must invest our energies on also recognizing and encouraging the next generation of PR professionals. And it is events like these and this kind of a jury meet and these kind of awards that I think are part of that ecosystem that come together to encourage and to give the next generation hope. And I really hope that we bring a smile to a few people's faces when they see the results. And to all those who entered and didn't make it, try again. Tomorrow is bright and tomorrow will be brighter. Thank you.
Hello, I'm truly delighted to be a part of the jury of 30 under 30 by Exchange for Media. This is the first edition of Exchange for Media 30 under 30, and the kind of overwhelming response we got from the young PR professionals, it was commendable. We got number of entries, and I would say a good number of quality entries that we received from the industry. And going forward, it will be a more, it will definitely help to encourage more professionals, and they will be a part of it. So due to ongoing pandemic, we could not do the physical jury meeting, but it was a virtual session. But I believe everybody did the thought through process. We selected and we make sure that whomsoever is deserving is getting the award. So I'm hoping that it will definitely encourage the young PR professionals.
Hello friends, this is Shailesh Goel, Founder Director of Simulations Public Affairs Management Services. I have been privileged to be a part of the 30 under 30's maiden edition of jury process organized by Exchange for Media this year. I must say that the process, although it was virtual, but the time spent on each candidate, each participant, each applicant was much more probably than what we used to do in person. And not only that, the profile was discussed in detail before arriving to conclusions, and it was really a tough time. My fellow colleagues in the jury did a fantastic job, learning experience as well as very encouraging one, to see that the young talent in corporate communication and public relation industry is booming with ideas. In fact, we were amazed to see the talent and the achievements of each participant who was applied for actually. They were brilliant, simply brilliant in each field, in each discipline, in each domain. We could see the young talent is not only bubbling with ideas, but also their execution capabilities much superior. In fact, we were amazed to see the talent. Each participant was excellent in one way or other. While their achievement was one important criteria, also insisted to see that ability to become a good leader in the future, in the time to come. My fellow friends, we are passing through a very tough and challenging time. We were saying that these are unprecedented times, but this year, the second wave has all put us all into a very, very depressing and deprived situation. My humble request to all of you is to stay safe, be realistic, explain your clients what is achievable, what is possible, and stick to that, rather than trying to show and get into a very depressing mode, which is not going to help either. Stay safe. Thank you, Exchange for Media team, Karan, Anuragji, Naval. It was a wonderful experience, and may the best talent get recognized. All the best.
Hi, thank you for having me on the jury for the E4M PR and Corporate Communications 30 under 30. The whole process of judging was very, very interesting, because when I saw the varied types of people who had nominated themselves, it was interesting to see there were young PR professionals who started an entrepreneurial journey. There were those in the corporates who were eking out a strong position for themselves in their communication field, and of course those in agencies taking on leadership roles. One of the important things that I looked for in the entries was what is the vision of the young professional to give back to the industry and the community. And I think today in Corona times more than ever, think of how can you be part of a larger information and awareness program, or part of some self-help group to help out those who are struggling with the virus. At the end of this, when we come out of the whole Corona situation, we should all be proud of our contribution to not just our own selves, but to the larger community and to the nation. So get out there while being safe, but being there to help others. Thank you.
Hi, it was a pleasure for me to be part of the jury of the first edition of Exchange for Media PR and Corporate Communications 30 under 30 awards. I was very impressed with the quality of nominations that I reviewed. The body of work and the energy of some of these youngsters reminded me of the catchphrase that great leaders indeed start early. I am glad that with this kind of talent in the pipeline, the future of industry looks really good. For me, the two criteria, while looking at the entries, the two criteria of judgment was the proven contribution to the industry endorsed by relevant leaders and respective people they worked with, and the leadership potential of the candidate. I wish all the good luck to the winners who get to the final list of 30 under 30. While the results are getting announced for this award, we are also grappling with one of the most saddening and the disturbing times of our life. There are no clear patterns and there are no clear rule books. In fact, all prescriptions to deal with this virus are proving out to be wrong. We cannot do anything but wait and watch, deal with things as they come our way, and be mentally prepared to be able to rebuild our lives once all this settles down. Thank you.
Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a 6-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team, We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp. BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
The Exchange for Media, PR and Corp Communications 30 Under 30 Summit will deliberate on the new generation of PR and communication. Throughout the day, we will have a series of keynote and panel discussions on effective storytelling, ethics in communication, latest innovation, agility, and ways to tackle corona pandemic in the communication industry. The Exchange for Media, the PR and Corp Communications 30 Under 30 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor these brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers and achievers of the industry under the age 30 through these awards. This year, we have received over 110 nominations, out of which we selected best 30 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting. And after screening 80 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected.
Hi, I'm Lika. I head the brand and corporate communications for Indigo. It was my pleasure to be a jury on the Exchange for Media 30 Under 30 Awards. The amount of talent, the multitude of innovation, the non-stop new ideas and new media that this new crop is leveraging is absolutely amazing. Kudos to all the winners out there and best of luck for the future.
Hi, I'm Aman Abbas, founder and CEO of Comm. Thank you Exchange for Media for making me a jury member for 30 Under 30 list of PR professionals, and I was absolutely awestruck to see some of the entries. I think They're fantastic, a bunch of people who have come together, and I'm very confident the industry is in the safe hands. Two things which are important for me when I look at these entries. One is that your own contribution to your team, to your clients, in helping them move the needle, whether it is from the thought process or whether it is from the action. And the second part is the storytelling, which actually becomes very evident when you actually look at those entries, and some of those were like out of the world. It was extremely difficult to choose the top 30, because there are lots of very, very talented people in the industry, and I wish everyone all the best, and my special congratulations to the winners and everybody who has participated in this. Thank you very much.
Buddy, it's been a pleasure judging the Exchange for Media Awards. What I was looking personally was for three essential things. One, how precisely you communicated your thoughts, be it your weaknesses or strength. Secondly, where you see yourself 5 years down the line. And thirdly, your contribution to the industry and how far reaching it would be. As in, your thought and clarity in the area that you want to pursue was very, very, very important from my perspective. I think we've chosen a good set of 30 plus winners. I wish you all the best in the future and stay safe in these COVID times.
A very warm welcome, everyone, once again. I hope all of you are ready and set for the third panel of the day, where we are talking about millennial driving the new HPR on the technology bandwagon. As we see, our panelists are already here. Let me introduce you to them. We have with us Mr. Amit Nanchahal, Director, Corporate Communication, PepsiCo, Ms. Shipra Singh, Technology Practice Lead, Rudafin, Ms. Iknoor Kaur, Corporate Communication and Brand Marketing Lead at SPH Asia, Ms. Manisha Singh, National Sales Media Mantra, and to moderate this session, we have with us Ms. Nafisa Shaheen, Correspondent, Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much, Yati, for the introduction.
So Nafisa, I'd leave the screen to you to take the conversation forward.
Thank you. And I welcome all my co-panelists over here.
Hi, Nafisa. Great
Hi,
to connect.
Manisha. Hi,
Hello.
no.
Hi,
I cannot see Amit. Let us wait all for Amit to join in. I guess Amit is here. Amit, are you here with us?
Yeah. Sorry, there was some issue with the voice. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. So welcome everyone to this panel. So, in the past, we all used to hear about the technological changes that will take place. And today in 2021, we are all witnessing everything. And the matter of the fact that we have convened here at a virtual platform amidst, in the backdrop of pandemic that is going on is, a living example of how far we have gone through in terms of technological disruptions. And PR agencies and PR industry and the communication industry at large has gone through tremendous changes in the past 2-3 years, more so than in the last decade. And millennials and Generation Z have been the best enablers or people who have been driving force for the industry. So without eating much of our times, I would straight away jump to my first question. What changes or modifications have you guys noticed in our industry, and how have millennials been the key propagators of change? So we'll start with Amit. What do you have to say about?
Yeah. Hi everyone, and good afternoon. Before I say anything, we're going through some unprecedented times, and at this time, I would like to say that guys, please be careful and stay safe. And these are really tough times. So, yeah. So coming on the topic for today, so that's why I just quickly changed my backdrop. I said let's make sure we are tech savvy and on a platform which is fully tech enabled. See, when it comes to PR, and we'll in depth discuss what technology is doing in helping PR. But let's look at the traditional model of PR, which we all were groomed on 10 years, 15 years back, where we used to chase journalists, write press releases, run around and look for coverage, right? And largely it was print driven. To what things are now, if I can add 5 to 6 years or 8 years back, where digital has taken main stage. I'll not say that traditional media is not relevant; it is still there. But if you ask and talk to millennials and Gen Zs, it's the social media, it's the pace of the news, it's the news across the world which is now making headlines. And I think from that point of view, it's important for brands, both product brands and corporate brands, to take cognizant and work on strategies in engaging with both set of audiences. So from a PepsiCo India, for example, point of view, a print coverage would always be an important and relevant to me. And I would have a different set of audience in my mind when I'm chasing that. But having said that, there are a few narratives, few campaigns, or few content which I would also want to drive through social media or through digital. I mean, we are in a time where right now, I mean, I've even stopped taking newspapers for a few days, and which is now a trend with millennials. We were just having a in-house, we had new joinees who had joined. I was presenting to them, and I asked them a question that how many of you are reading newspapers, and none of them were reading it, right? So the fact is that's the reality, right? But from a PR lens, I think it is the social media, how it is changing. It has brought the paradigm shift. We'll talk about AI and other aspects of technology which is changing the entire landscape. But from our point of view, I think we are fully equipped and slowly imbibing to the new changing landscape. For example, at PepsiCo India, if you see all our brand campaigns which are happening now, while there is a element of traditional PR and media there, we have kept a big scope of engaging and using technology on social media and turning that into storytelling, right? And we're also using AI in the way we are pitching stories, we are researching, doing sentiment analysis, and so on and so forth. So which will come to later. But the fact of the matter is that that is the new reality. Both traditional and new media will survive, but the fact is the landscape is changing, and it is more of a reality now, and brands are also accepting to it, and you will see more and more new technologies coming out very soon. I mean, who would have thought 2 years back that we will be doing all our work on Zoom? I mean, many people have not even heard about Zoom, right? So that's the reality, and yeah, we'll discuss that more as we go ahead.
Rightly said, Amit. I think social media and digital is the new game changer. So what are your thoughts on this, Ignore?
Sorry, can you come? Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
I think
Ignore's thoughts.
I think Amit really summed it up very well. But I think what is important to highlight over here, Nafisa, is that there are two aspects to this thing. One is, of course, the generational change that we have seen specifically over the last decade. At this particular time, the millennial workforce is the dominating workforce, and we're also looking at Gen Z stepping in. So we have we have slowly seen a generation change and a change in the way we kind of do work overall, right? So that is one aspect of it. And when we look at that, we at this point of time have a generation that's experimental, that is constantly evolving. It's grown up seeing a sea of ideas being thrown out and people experimenting. It's seen startups come up, it's seen the digital transformation. So we are in the midst of a generation that's in any case very constantly experimenting and is constantly evolving, right? Then we have the current situation, which is digital media, social media, etc., which obviously takes front stage when you're talking of any kind of communication. I mean, talking just about right now and the current situation that we're in at this point of time, we can see how the youth of our country has come together on social media, not just to communicate, but to help, to volunteer, to be there for each other, to connect, to stay united. Social media is a platform that brings millennials and Gen Zs to the forefront. So as a PR professional, as a communications professional, if we do not use that platform to the fullest, then we are going to be left behind.
And that is something that is really, really important to acknowledge. So while we do have traditional PR mechanisms, which also have the one thing that is also important at this point, and I just want to deviate slightly, is that we also need a very strategic, generational integration, because we right now also have some PR veterans, people who have been communication professionals for decades, who know what they're doing, right? But them to integrate into a millennial approach is something that needs to happen very seamlessly. And until and unless that doesn't happen, we cannot look at a very productive PR approach even moving forward. So that integration needs to also happen. So while we bring in the thought process of millennials into how we actually look at creating integrated communication models, we also need to look at how generationally we are integrating that approach as well, and how accepting our clients are to that approach, and how accepting our leadership is to that approach as well. And that needs to happen in a very seamless manner. Otherwise, there will be roadblocks in the middle, and we will not be able to communicate as effectively as we want to.
I completely agree with your point, Tikno, that this is a generation of experimenting, and also important how the old generation or the veteran generation and the new generation integrate together to work. Manisha, your 2 cents on this particular topic.
Yes, I totally second with Amit and Ignore's thoughts. Moving from that, I think talking about generational integration, I think it's very important for us to realize that the Gen Z proposes, they propose themselves as a big business opportunity for companies of all scale and sizes. And as a trend pattern, what we can also see is that both millennials and Gen Z, they have a lot more clarity, and they also have a lot more empathy ingrained in them. So I see that they're more aware, and they're also very socially active, and they're very aware about the political issues which are happening, and they voice out their opinions very effectively, utilizing the social resources that are available. So in when we are looking to communicate to them or build our brands feedback amongst these audiences, I think it's even more important for us to mirror their beliefs. So I think with such a short attention span that the Gen Z audience has, I think they would be more interested in the earned content side. They would be more interested in branded content or some form of celebrity endorsement. I think moving towards those routes would be a more effective way to engaging with them, because they're very intelligent and they're very well aware. So yes, I think with the digital transformation that is happening at the moment, I think engaging with them would require us to understand the psyche, and also understand what their core requirements and what their core beliefs are.
So understanding the psyche, I think that is a very relevant point made by Manisha. Like we're all in belonging in the millennial generation, and we all have that short attention span, and we all are hungry of small video shots or things that take our less time. So you guys, two of you panelists belong to an agency, and one Amit belongs to corporate communications team. So what are the different kind of engagement tools, or the tech tools that you guys have been using to endorse such things? And also, how are you all improving the efficacy or the technological efficacy of your employees these days? Starting with you, Ignore, what are your thoughts?
So at SPAG, we have always kind of maintained, and at Strategic Partners Group in general, I think our approach has always been to be an integrated communications consultancy, and that is where I think our entire communications approach comes from, and I think that is extremely essential. You know how it's very important today to be tech savvy, as the Gen X would call it, and I think it just that in itself is a very loaded word, because when we talk of being tech savvy, there are a lot of tools ahead in front of us to use today. And we need to ensure that while we use technology to our advantage, we're not creating a sense of technological exhaustion as well. Even right now, over the last 1 year, because everything went digital and we were consistently innovating and we were adapting to the changing, professional environment, there is a sense of exhaustion that does kind of creep in, right? In terms of content consumption online, in terms of content marketing. So what one really needs to do, and this is something that even in-house that we kind of maintain, is that we are consistently exploring, we're consistently innovating, we're consistently expanding our horizons. We are not afraid of stepping out of our comfort zone and kind of coming up with new ideas to engage with people. And this is where you really need to understand that how is the current target audience engaging online. And online does not only limit you to social media then, right? Then there are several other avenues that you can explore as well. And especially right now with artificial intelligence, with your virtual realities, there is an entire scope that is still left to be explored. And I don't think in the near future that will get exhausted that soon, as long as you're constantly innovating in that domain. And that is really what I think agencies need to look at today. And that is also something that you need to be able to very strategically explain to your client as well, right? That let's step out of your comfort zone. Let's, like, this is where the world's at. And in India that happens quite a lot, where we do not tend to kind of step out of that traditional zone or step out of that comfort zone of ours. We need to do that because the world is already there, right? And we need to get there. And at least at SPAG, that is our approach. You're looking ahead like constantly, and change and innovation is the only constant. And if you don't do that, then you are going to be left behind, and there will be some kind of a shortage, or something lacking in your communication approach as you move forward.
And as we are all competing globally, so we'll have to continuously innovate ourselves. So Manisha, what do you have to say about what are the kind of tools that Media Mantra uses these days?
Yes, for all of our clients, I think the need across all client groups that we have been witnessing over the past 3-4 years, in fact, not just now, is a shift towards more data driven PR analysis. So I think we do have those tools on board. As we've moved forward, we have also been utilizing a lot of AI solutions which are there for content curation. I think that is helping us a lot to enhance our content capabilities. Other than that, we are also investing in a lot of new age solutions, because the demands that are coming in, that are flowing in since the past 2 years or even more for that matter, is very different from, you can't group one sort of solution for a particular brand for that matter. So for instance, if we are looking at an influencer collab program, so we have to invest in those solutions. We can't have a set of influencers that we're looking at. We need to be very micro detailed out when we share those insights in terms of the kind of the engagement that they're looking forward to from the audience group that they cater to the demographics, to the sort of engagement that they can provide us, and the kind of values that they stand for. So I think a lot of investment is happening within the organization towards those solutions, both from a PR and a social media and a digital standpoint. And I think it is helping us progress a lot. We are continually exploring such solutions, and yes, we're always on the lookout to give our clients a more detailed insight of the kind of narrative that we're building for them.
I completely agree with everything that you said, Manisha. So Amit, I would come to you with a different question. At PepsiCo, how are you and your team leveraging the digital abilities of the comms professionals out there?
Yeah, so at PepsiCo India, it's very clear. We are following a digital first approach, and Iknur did mention some of the words like out of the box thinking, experimentation, ahead of the curve. I think I will add one more word, is being fearless, because many a times you feel little more fearless that should I take that risk? It's a new platform. Should I jump onto it? Would the audience love what the brand is doing? Let me wait and watch for other companies to do it, and then if it is successful, I'll take a call, so and so forth. But we are very clear. We work with Edelman, a very strong team, and we are very clear that how do we approach from a brand point of view. I'll give you a few examples just to say that how we've been able to master to some extent what we've been doing on digital. So 2 years back, when Lay's was launching a Smile campaign, the comms team worked very closely with the marketing team, and we got a brief very simple that we need to make sure that the entire country is smiling using the lace pack, right? So, and we need to leverage PR, as an important tool to engage with audiences. And here, the audience we were looking at were all millennials and Gen Z, right? And the biggest challenge was that at that point of time, influencer marketing was also still coming up. So the PR team took the entire project. We went ahead. We used special social listening. We have a social listening team. We work very closely with. We did sentiment analysis to make sure the environment was very conducive. And then we did an influencer mapping to understand that who are the kind of right audience we need to go. And then with the help, of course, of the PR team, we worked around the entire strategy of creating storytelling narratives around what consumers are doing with those packs. We shortlisted around 3,000 influencers across the country. At that point of time, no brand had done that big an event. We reached out to them. We sent those packs which had their own pictures on it. And then these influencers or so-called fans of Lay's went on social media and shared their own pictures. Within a matter of week or 15 days, the entire Instagram was painted with smile pictures of Lay's. Now, and we picked up all the post narratives in mid, so many stories around how influencers were talking about the brand, and it was all driven by PR. Now, if you ask me, at that point of time to do this kind of a project, which is very expensive also, many brands would have taken or thought twice, but we were very convinced that this is something which is the future for tomorrow, which we are seeing now what's happening on social media. And media also loved it when we took the stories and told them, and we backed the stories with data and insights. It was just not a brand PR story that Lay's is doing this. It was all about how we were looking at people. We went to influencers, we did mapping. It was closely curated. All the stories were closely curated and then pitched to media accordingly. And the results were phenomenal. In fact, the campaign did very well internally. Externally, it has won awards. And I think the comms and the PR team and digital played a very, very key role. We were fearless and we were ahead of the curve. And I think that trend has now mushroomed, and many companies have gone ahead and followed that approach. And I'm happy to say that PepsiCo brands internally itself saw the success of the Smile campaign, and now all our brands are doing, all those activities. But the bottom line is that it was the digital approach which helped us. We were ahead of the curve, and we have leveraged technology. In fact, there's another interesting example which happened recently, which all of you would have also heard, and I'm sure you will be suggesting to your clients, is when TikTok suddenly stopped in India, it got banned. There was a massive, base of people who were on that content, and millennials are looking for snackable short form content. And then suddenly Instagram had launched Reels. It was a new platform. Hardly anybody would have heard about at that point of time. And brands were thinking, oh, should we do it? Should we not do it? And immediately we did a war room session with the Edelman team. We thought, what can we do on Reels? We will experiment with it. We'll go small. We understood the platform, had a word with Instagram, and immediately within 10 days, we launched the campaign. We were the first one to launch a campaign on Reels. And the results were phenomenal, right? So I think it's important to understand the pulse, of what's going to be working, to talk to millennials, to track what is happening through social listening, which to me is very, very critical, right? Video content suddenly became more important than static, and some brands who were still thinking would have been left behind. And hence, if you see, we are now investing more and more on YouTube as a platform also, which is a fully video platform. So I think it's important to be awake.
We completely agree. I think we are running short of time, and I have to cover all my questions. So I think I completely agree with what Amit said, that we have to quickly catch up the pulse of our consumers. And when we talk about millennials and Generation Z, we cannot forget about influencers. How strong are influencers and how important has influencer marketing become in these days. So you guys, how do you gauge what kind of influencers do you guys need, or what is the engagement or efficacy of that particular influencer? What are the kind of tools that you have been using for this thing? Anyone of three of you can answer this question. So a short quick answer.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly go, because this is my favorite topic. And I'm happy that the comms team is managing the entire influencer marketing at PepsiCo. we work very closely with marketing. So I think it's very clear. Everyone is an influencer these days on social media. It's the definitions which we have created, whether it's a nano or a micro or a macro or even a celebrity influencer. I think we work very closely with brands to understand what the brief is. Right? What is the campaign and what is the objective of what we want to drive through influencers? That needs to be very clear. Second, we work very closely with agencies who understand what is the right influencer for what particular brand. Right? So they have tools which not only track. So we are not only running after followers. For us, when we look at influencers, we look at reach and engagement. Because end of the day, these Instagram, for example, is a platform for us, more of an engagement platform than just a reach or a follower platform. So we understand, we look at the influencers, we do a full scan of the influencers from what brands are they promoting, how authentic is their storytelling, which is very critical to us. End of the day, we don't want influencers to put the brand on the face of their followers. It has to come beautifully woven in storytelling. For example, if you see Kusha Kapila is one of the finest influencers we've worked with. Yeah. Many projects where all our brand integrations are very seamless. I mean, sometimes you won't even understand where was your brand. You won't even realize that in the end. It's so good. So it's not in your face. I think that's very critical. And then to understand, how the influencers are doing over the period of time, making sure there's no crisis, we're not working with any controversial influencer. And then tracking what they have done is very important. We created a dashboard where we have their past performances with all our brands, and then we compare that how was their performance in terms of ROI, and then we keep deciding on and adding accordingly.
I do want to point in over here. I'm sorry, Nafisa. I do want to kind of just plug in over here since Amit has been talking about PepsiCo. It's really interesting though, and I think it's very, very significant to point out over here that brands are realizing the importance of communication and the importance of communications over advertising and just, putting our brand out there without engagement. And I think one of the key things that as a communications consultancy today that we focus on for sure is that engagement, driving that engagement. And like even Amit said that they look for agencies that drive that engagement. I think that is the most important thing. And it is actually quite refreshing to know that brands today acknowledge that your communication strategy will go a much longer way than your advertising strategy. And the only thing that is different in an advertisement and in your comms campaign is that in advertising, you're doing a very one-way communication approach. You're taking a very one-way communication approach, whereas your communication strategy is designed with a 360-degree view, which is looking at engaging your consumer, which is looking at creating a two-way channel for communication where people can participate, where people can feel like they're part of a brand. And that is all millennials and Gen Z want today. I think if one really has to summarize what millennials and Gen Z are looking for today from a brand, they're looking for that engagement. They want to feel involved. They want to feel like the brand cares about them, and advertisements are not going to do that for them anymore because the world today is so fast paced. There is so much of, you need to kind of retain their attention. You need to get them to focus and you need to get them to like stop and pause at your campaign. And you can only do that if you engage your audience. And that
Absolutely.
I think like with whatever Amit said, that
I guess two-way communication is really, really important and the need of the hour. So Manisha, I would like to ask you any example of a particular brand, like Amit said about PepsiCo, Lay's, Ignu talked about how brands have changed their ways of communicating. What are your thoughts on this, and any particular brand that you would want to quote here?
So yes, I believe I totally agree with the sort of change in the consumption dynamics that have taken place for the audiences, and with the given short attention spans, it's very difficult to build that brand loyalty as well. And most certainly, as they're so intelligent, trying to convince them through your ad campaigns is not the only way to go. Persistently, we need to develop a strategy which is more focused, more targeted towards them, with the right communication approach in place. when it comes to our clientele, I think over the last year, since we've been talking a lot about video content, so our client Volo India, I think we leveraged the ongoing situation of the TikTok ban very effectively, and the way we garnered a good response for the client in the media, through the communication approach, maintaining and creating advocacy for Bolo India in a manner wherein people started recognizing it as a preferred TikTok alternative. I think that was a success story which happened very recently, and we have been continually exploring a lot of storylines around their models, their processes for different audiences. Since they're focusing more on regional audiences as well, we have been targeting a mix here, which is comprising of your national and regional media both. Aside from that, we're also looking at other new age engagement processes, a lot of podcasts, a lot of webinars, and I think that's helping them build the right visibility in the market.
Yeah. Right, video content and visibility is important. Now, I think we are running short of time and we have a lot to discuss, but I think we'll have to end this. I'll just ask 10-second questions to all three of you. What do you see, or how do you see the future of the PR industry in this technological era? And in Manisha, you can start. Just 10 seconds answer.
I think a lot of processes will be redundant in a couple of years. This is my personal opinion with the kind of technological advancements that are happening, and I think a more hyper local and targeted approach would be the way to go ahead. Plus, I feel this is my personal opinion, with the sort of expansion that has been happening for brands across all circles, from a small startup to a big company. They're all looking for a more international approach. So I think Indian companies as well would be looking at foraying into international markets, at a more deeper level, and I think it would be this would set a base for a more borderless PR activations that would happen from any part of the world.
I think integration is the way forward. Ignore your thoughts. Just 10 seconds. We're running really short of time.
I'm going to be very quick with this because I really think that the key is you explore. Do not be afraid of stepping out of your comfort zone. Evolve, because that is the only constant, and expand your horizon, innovate, challenge your beliefs, because that is, according to me, the only road ahead. You don't do that, you are going to be left behind. I very, very strongly follow that as a motto.
Amit, your parting remarks.
Quick 10 seconds. I think innovation, AI are the two key things to watch out. And one thing which I firmly believe in next 5 years, you will see a competition to an Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and even WhatsApp being driven by Indian platforms, where you'll see the millennials and Gen Z on it hooked up.
Absolutely.
Okay, so innovation, AI, and integration with the international market has been the key takeaways of this session. Thank you so much, all my co-panelists. This was a really wonderful session, and hope to see you guys again when things get normal and everything is good at your homes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everyone.
Stay safe.
Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you once again to all our panelists, and thank you, Nafisa, for steering this wonderful conversation. And I'm sure you have taken a lot of notes on this session. So if you can share your key takeaways on the comments and chat box so that the wider audience can also get some benefit out of it. So if you're enjoying these sessions, do put a comment, give us a thumbs up or a like. And moving forward, I'd like to welcome our next keynote address speaker, Ms. Sunanda Rao, CEO and founder, Seraphim Strategic Communication. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Rao.
Hi, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Khyati, and thank you, Exchange for Media, for inviting me to speak on your platform with such distinguished and talented professionals from our industry. It is certainly a privilege to speak today, where we have heard some extremely comprehensive panels and thoughts, and they are of relevance for our field of work. So good afternoon, friends. I'm Sunanda. And first off, I really hope you and your families are safe. The ongoing pandemic in India has left everyone on the edge, coupled with concern and nervousness, and I really stand by you. Now, I know these post-lunch sessions are never easy, and I'm going to really keep it short and crisp, trying to keep it short and crisp, and focusing on the positive side of life and holding on to your passion. As the famous Benjamin Franklin said, if passion drives you, let reason hold the reins. So now, how do we really bring the world closer at the times of social distancing? And to get the answer, allow me to take you back to my journey 20 years ago, where my career goals didn't really exist. But what existed was passion. Passion for music. I don't consider myself a PR professional, but a singer. To be more precise, an opera singer. That's what I identify myself as. And I use even now every single opportunity to sing whenever I can, even the latest being Clubhouse. So I always say singing is my profession and communications is my hobby. And I will give you a quick overview of how I reached where I am today. So after doing my bachelor's in English literature in Delhi, I majored in music and studied for a good 7 years in a music conservatory in Germany. It's quite long, actually. And alongside, I had to somehow finance my education as a working student, and I got the opportunity to work as a radio producer in Germany's public broadcasting station called Deutsche Welle. You may have heard DWTV. This was a golden opportunity knocking at my door besides my singing career, and I opened the door to journalism. I completed the journalism and international relations course also from this well-renowned academy, Media Academy at the Deutsche Welle as well. So immediately thereafter, I worked as an editor at Deutsche Welle, and that spanned a good 10 years. Just like the BBC, actually Deutsche Welle is an international media house with more than 1,500 employees globally. It's a melting pot of cultures, offering content in more than 26 languages. So it was here that I understood and started fully appreciating the value of diversity on our planet. You know, every day there were coffees with the editorial team from Pakistan, the Urdu department, or sharing the canteen lunch table with a Croatian, attending meetings with the Africa desks, or even traveling on journalistic trips on assignments with colleagues from Palestine and Israel together. And they were all communicating, not just by the virtue of their discussions or their articles or their reportages, but also by their culture, how we observed life in Germany from our very different own perspectives and backgrounds. These were experiences that really made me extremely rich. But somewhere I started missing India and my family too. And yes, you know, musicians and journalists can be pretty emotional. So in 2009, I decided to return to India and started working with a Hindi newspaper called Nai Dunya as its diplomatic editor. Now, till now, I really hadn't thought of PR, or it wasn't even there in my horizon. And this changed very suddenly when a fellow journalist from Germany, he asked me to join him as he was setting up the India office of the Germany headquartered communications consultancy called CNC Communications. Now here again, each day at CNC, I experienced mind-boggling diversity. This time, it was the diversity of professionals as communicators. We had the entire spectrum: fashion designers, bankers, lawyers, engineers, footballers, sports people, and even priests. Oh, the list was absolutely endless. And they came from such different backgrounds, yet they had one thing again in common: the passion for communication. Such was the melting pot of talent at that time. Trust me when I say this, as a company, it was CNC actually who stood to gain by this diversity, varied thought processes and skill sets, even without any formal training in mass comm or PR. This taught me that to succeed as a professional and to remain relevant, one has to be a maverick, a disruptor, and really think outside the box and be able to act and react at lightning speed. This is always worked for a company like CNC, which is today one of the leading specialty comms firms. And from such learnings of mine, Seraphim Communications came into existence just 3 years ago. We are an all-women's comms firm. why all women, I'll come to that in a bit. But before that, I'd like to say that all gentlemen present here, we respect men equally. So Seraphim's vision is to provide tailor-made strategies to clients. But here again, people from different professional competencies and backgrounds come together to create communication strategies that are targeted at specific audiences. Young professionals like the ones to be honored today, they're coming out stronger and smarter, and they're walking the path never traveled and paving the way for innovation, consistently creating content targeting to the right audience. With the second wave of COVID hitting the world, communications and public relations is a hotbed of activity for national and international businesses. It is creating opportunities for us to explore international markets. Apart from clients in Europe and in the US, for Seraphim, we have stood to gain. We now have clients from countries such as Mauritius as well. So we are all in the same storm, but not really necessarily in the same boat. Faced with an increased competition of staying relevant, communication experts have to be able to understand market trends and strategize through a purpose-driven communications model. Today, growth strategies have really taken a backseat. It is all about one thing. It's caring. Your heart and your mind have to be in sync, and that has to come through, just like a musical symphony. The last few years have shown the importance of social media. Corporates are being judged, acclaimed, and crucified on platforms if not careful. The days of spinning are long gone. Just as misrepresenting content is disappearing, fake professionals too are not surviving. Now it is crucial for consultants to advise businesses the nuances while facing media. This is essential when faced with a crisis or handling reputation issues. We all say your brand name is only as good as your reputation. Just a small digression here, actually, I'm always in conflict about the usage of the word PR. As you know, increasingly it's being interchanged with the word propaganda, also being used by some of the PR professionals as well, or even biggest leaders who are confusing these terms quite often. And you may also have experienced the same. So I am tending to move a little bit away from the word PR or the term PR and using the word reputation management more and more. So coming back, we are witnessing a surge in demands as nations look to India as a potential growth market for new businesses. This presents a very exciting opportunity for communicators to be able to understand their demands and help support their brand goals. Therefore, young professionals should be aware about diverse cultures, backgrounds, and languages. For example, there's a vast difference between the nuances between the Anglo-Saxon or the Western European world, or for that matter, Eastern Europe and Mediterranean world as well. And here in India, we have the advantage which no other country has. And I really stress no other country. It's the diversity of cultures. And we need to tap into that understanding to the core. Thanks to internet, the world is shrinking. And it's easy for us to communicate with different cultures as well, something that we in our youth didn't really have. But we must remember one thing, we are not communicating with robots. These are not the ones and the zeros. These are human beings with emotions. They are unique. They have their own life story. They have their own cultures that shape them. And we must not forget, technology is to be used as a tool, not as a replacement. It remains an enabler, which we shouldn't be intimidated by. I just always give this example, you know, many years ago, I was very excited when I got my driver's license. And I was geared to be, you know, sitting at the front seat, at the driver's seat, and suddenly I got overwhelmed. There was the clutch, there was the brake, there was the accelerator, rear and side view mirrors, and again the excitement of the famous autobahns of Germany. And my husband, who sat next to me, he just like, wait, Sunanda, just hold on. Never, ever, ever let a machine control you. You are the human being. Human beings have created these tools, these machines, and you must always be on the driver's seat and never let things such as machines or technology overcome you. And this has remained till date. So from my experience, I have observed that young professionals need to be able to understand cultural nuances very early in their practice. And to speed up their learning, it is imperative that senior leadership allows them space and training to handle aspects of relationship building, especially in a cross-cultural setup. In the current scenario of information overload, often key messages of brands get lost in the narrative. Young professionals, in this case, can help us identify what activities or messages can make clients stand apart as against their competitors. Gen Z is always quick to pick up these trends, but the new has to be able to blend in well with the traditional practices. Otherwise, we have the famous generation gap. I have it all the time. Trust me when I say that. So according to the recent PRCAI State of the Industry report, almost 90% of experts have agreed that pairing digital with PR is the new way forward. I'm sure all of us have seen better results in an integrated communications approach. Now, coming back to why are we an all-women's firm? According to an article published in Your Story titled, I think it was How Women Leaders Are Making a Mark in the Indian PR Industry, it mentioned how many women constitute around 60 to 85% of all PR jobs are filled by women positions. Aren't we proud of that? But only 30% of these women are in its management. Let that sink in. At Seraphim, I really aim to onboard young and talented women who are intelligent communicators and have the spirit of learning and upskilling each single day. Finding the right talent and allowing for specializations in a particular field are two major challenges for most leaders. On my part, I aim to create a talent pool by first contributing to a talent building process and encouraging young professionals to take on various challenges. I encourage with all my heart that my colleagues pursue their hobby or passion to the maximum level possible. Take time out for it, because I know it will not just only rehabilitate them, motivate them, encourage them, bring in vigor in their daily lives and their workspaces, but again, the company is the one, the firm is the one that stands to benefit from it. And even for myself, I perform wherever I get the opportunity. I'm part of a music foundation that promotes Western classical music, and I'm always in touch, trying to be in touch with the younger people and the trends, even though it's Western classical music. Coming back again, mistakes happen for the younger generation, sometimes even blunders. But my one simple, strong advice: do not be afraid to own up your work and take full responsibility of your tasks and projects. Don't look towards your supervisors as a crutch or as a lean back option. We're changing time. May I continue?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So with changing times, it is extremely important to rethink and reformulate methods of communication. So media announcements, press conferences, press releases are not the only way for a client. The rapidly changing environment calls for more humane interaction and first-hand knowledge coming straight from the leaders. Get creative out there, think out of the box. We are shifting our focus towards podcasts, webinars, engaging talks, and discussions that can provide a 360-degree overview of this issue along with probable solutions. In the end, I believe our greatest assets are not computers, softwares, AI, data, big offices, number of employees, but our knowledge, our maturity, our everyday experiences, and our relations. Of course, I encourage the young professionals to master basic skills such as attention to detail, power of language, and take on challenges with responsibility in order to succeed internationally and at a global level. Don't just be good, aim to be great. As Robert Weaver rightly said, to be good is not good enough. when you dream of being great. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best for the future. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Rao, for that wonderful session. Absolutely loved it. Delighted for you to do this for us. And I hope that all our viewers have taken great takeaways from this. Thank you once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're moving on to our last panel for the day, which will talk about how the communication industry will survive the current pandemic in these unprecedented times and how we can bring optimism, which is something that we all need a dose of. So I'd like to introduce you to our panelists for this discussion. We have with us Mr. Udit Pathak, Director, Media Mantra, Mr. Ashim Gupta, Head of Consumer Technology, Uber India and South Asia, Mr. Madhukar Kumar, Founder and Chief Strategist, Gracell PR, Ms. Prasiddha Menon, Director Marketing, Optim, and to moderate the session, we have with us Mr. Ruhail Amin, Editor, Business World and Exchange for Media, along with Mr. Karan Bhatia, Consultant, Exchange for Media. A very warm welcome to all of you. Request you to please switch on your cameras, mics, and join us here on screen. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Khyati. Before I hand it over to my co-moderator, just a context that, of course, thank you all of everyone who is on the panel. I mean, we are going through a very emotionally turbulent times, and we cannot say that we are not affected directly or indirectly. So thank you for taking time and joining us, and prayers to all of those who are battling this crisis. And our topic, of course, is around the same theme. And we are looking at how our industry is going to tackle it and come out of it. Karan can start with the first set of questions, and I will be also having some questions for you as well.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for joining in. Although times are really unprecedented, and I mean, everybody within the PR community and our extended family is falling prey to the COVID. And I'm so grateful that some of us have really reeled through the time and somehow are staying safe. So having said that, the initial topic was to do how the PR industry survived the pandemic, but now then we had to retweak it, considering this is the second wave and the onslaught is, it's like an apocalypse, you know. And having said that, to begin with, we just I wanted to announce that Ashim couldn't make it because he's down with COVID, unfortunately. Madhukar is supposed to be with us. He was here and I believe he logged off. So maybe we can just wait for a few seconds. I'll ask him to join in again.
Sure. Let me start my first question in the meantime. You know, I want to come to you, Udit. Tell me, with the second wave, you know, we had this initial assumption that, you know, we're over it and there was a certain confidence. Now it's a very different situation right now. What is the sentiment at agencies right now?
Hi, is it for me?
Yes, yes.
All right. Hi, Ruhail. I think this is unprecedented, right? We never thought we are going to be back towards where we started from 1 year back, right? So I coming directly to the question where you talk about the sentiments of the agency. I think we are prepared, right? We are far prepared than what we were 1 year back. Not in terms of other aspects wherein we are losing lives, etc., but in terms of the business sentiments, right? I have not seen clients coming to me and say stop the work or pause the work. But we have gone to certain clients and said, these are unprecedented time. We might slow down the work because, our people are getting affected, mental health is getting affected. So we went to them and said, we might slow down the work. But overall, as a business, I think we are in a better position. And I'm pretty bullish, right? Because public relations and communication is a strategic tool. And I believe that it is not going to go down from here. It is going to just move up because advertisement budgets are also shifting now, right? So I totally believe that as a business, we would now do better, and we are far more prepared than what we were.
Prasiddha, I was just reading that some of the brands, looking at the context of what is going around, have also held back a lot of their campaigns, So what are you hearing from your clients as far as, the second wave is concerned? Are they also kind of giving you that independence of, kind of not sharing the numbers every time now and then? Is there a tacit understanding, between the agency and the clients to kind of tide over this second phase, the crisis that we are in?
Thank you, Raheel. Thank you so much, firstly, for inviting and the opportunity. I think this is one of those sessions where I don't think many of us spend time preparing because of just everything that's going around. And I think that is definitely the state of the PR and communications industry as well. From our perspective, if I were to speak my experience and just all the conversations I've been having with other industry colleagues, I don't think, of course, I'm not on the agency side, so probably Udit and the others would give more perspective there. But from our perspective, yes, it is about prioritizing campaigns versus kind of coming up with everything. At least we've told our agency, to take it light and again, space things out as much as possible. And then from my perspective, I also think it's important at this point to really be sure of what you are communicating. I don't think this is the time for us to go out there and, and again, I speak for the industry here. I think it's not the time for us to announce things or go for launches or expect any sort of big bang, because that's not the sentiment externally. I was reading this McKinsey survey which spoke about how the consumer spends are going to go down, and I think the second wave is going to drastically impact that further. So it has to be a lot more about being able to talk about things which are going to help the mindset and help consumers or employees or the larger community versus somewhere focusing on things which are important from a business perspective. So yes, I think the sentiment is about prioritization. It is about prioritizing mental health and wellness of individuals, whether on the agency side or in the corporates. I feel like that's the way we are progressing right now.
Madhukar, are we, in a way, prepared, because we have been dealing this for like more than a year now? But do you think the second wave has also caught not only us, unaware, but also our businesses unaware? Are we able to turn around and address this crisis from the business perspective?
I think over last 1 year, I'm talking about agency folks. I think we have learned how to make our organizations lean, and we have done a lot of cost-cutting initiatives, which would impact the least on our employees, at least the team members. We have learned that work can happen from home, and it's no longer required that you need to visit your clients' offices or premises. Clients also understand this. And I think turnaround would happen from the perspective of, a lot of our clients, which were sort of only looking for media coverages, but we are going to reaching out to them and asking them, okay, fine, if you are consumer facing and you don't want really media coverage, what is additionally that we can provide you with? So maybe some research work, maybe additional kind of work that we are providing. So it's the time that we have to rethink as agency folks that, okay, fine, if there are clients who are not looking just at probably hardcore PR services, what are additional things that we can provide? And I think agency folks have learned. We had one office in one of the cities where we thought that maybe we could shut down and save that cost and maybe pass on that benefit to our employees. By not cutting their salaries or deducting. So I think we have learned and we are trying to remain afloat. Yeah.
Right. Karan?
You're on mute.
Yeah, I just unmuted. Thank you, Madhukar. So my second question is to you, Udit. That everybody you've been speaking to, most of the time, the colleagues or your employees or somebody in the family is not keeping well. There's too much of mental pressure on them. So, I mean, these are the time where the organization has to, pull themselves back and kind of give them a little empathy as well as to keep the morale high. So, I mean, uh, based on your experience and the things that is happening around us, what is your 2 cents on this? I mean,
See,
how organization can show the empathy and
see, well, empathy as a word is now been heard a lot many times, right? But if you actually look at 1 year back, were we not showing empathy towards the clients or towards our own manpower, right? We are not inhumans. We were not going out and saying that no, you have to do everything at any given point of time. We understand, and also mental health, right? 1 year back, also as an agency owners and agency leaders, we were talking about mental health. We have policies which talks about mental health as well, right? Why are we just focusing and highlighting this just because the pandemic has hit us, right? I don't believe in this. What I believe is that we all are humans. We need to be thinking on one particular line that we are in a very 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 unprecedented times and we need to solve this together, right? So clients are matured people. They understand, brands understand what is the requirement. Brands have reached out to me and say that you can take it lightly. Today morning I received a call from a brand which says we can hold on for 10 days, let this time get over. Hold on doesn't mean that they will not pay me. They will pay me, but hold on means just work whatever comes, right? We can participate in certain media queries, or we can do social media or whatever work has been assigned to us, but slowly we can manage it, right? So all these measures, and as agency owners, if I can go back to my team and say this is what I can support my team with, right? Today morning, one of my colleagues lost her father in the morning because of COVID. So we understand she is going through a very very she would be going through a very tough time. So we will not even call her. We will just call her if she needs anything, right? So that is something which we will take care of. But I don't think that empathy as a word needs to be highlighted. We were always empathetic towards brands and towards the manpower which we have.
so my question to you, Prasida, I mean, most of the brands I've seen, they have been doing vaccination drives. They have opened up a COVID center. Some of them are giving their employees some days off to cope up with the stress and pressure. What is your take? I mean, how to keep the mental balance in place? And, empathy, as Udit rightly said, has been overly highlighted. But the need of the hour is at most of the organization, there are certain people out there which are still going to their work as their work demands it, and still they are opening themselves to exposure. I mean, somebody I know was going to the office till 19th and is diagnosed with COVID just yesterday. I mean, they can't so no to their work. So what is your take on this? I mean, what organization needs to do at this need of the hour?
Karan, is that question for me?
Yeah, that question is for you.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, my voice was breaking. I think organizations need to at this point in time have like a very clear approach towards things. I kind of agree with what Udit had said. Empathy is a word and a term that we are using very often now. And what I worry as a PR person is that it should not become a PR campaign. Empathy has to be a lot more than a word which is commonly used in communication to employees, and social media, and everywhere else. It has to show in action. And I think for the companies that were expecting employees to keep coming in till now, I don't know what circumstances they might have been in. Maybe it's a business critical kind of a requirement, and probably that led to such situations. But from my experience, and at least the brands I've been associated with the past and in the present, the priority has always been employee. So it's a very clear approach: employee first, which means whatever gives the employees the peace of mind, stability, ability to take care of individuals in their family or loved ones who might have been impacted or themselves. Prioritize that. The second piece to it is communicate. I think when I say communicate, it is beyond the employees, but to your customers, your clients, the community at large, because it's important for them to also understand that, while you can have a BCP in place, but there are circumstances which are beyond anybody's control. At least for the second wave, that's what we've noticed. Everybody around is struggling. So that's the second piece to it. And I think the third important piece is the piece where you really act, and which is where, whether it is vaccination support, or whether it is, we saw I think a lot of action on social media on Borosel, kind of supporting their employees who unfortunately are not anymore because of COVID, and how far they are going to support them with giving them 2 years of salary and things like that, which is an amazing initiative. But I'm pretty certain that several other brands are looking at opportunities like this, where they can go beyond and support their employees in ways which is going to really matter to them. I mean, I've seen Ashim is unfortunately not on this call, but I know Uber has been doing a lot, both at an employee level as well as for the community at large. Whether it is partnering with Robin Hood Army, or whether it is supporting with vaccination or related free rides, a lot of interesting work. Or my previous organization, OYO, kind of still supporting with isolation centers, helping create bio bubbles, things like that. So I think the onus is on us. It's very important to act. And in my previous conversations, I think with the different team, I've always spoken about how important it is for PR and communications team members to focus on your business outcomes over and beyond reputational goals. But I changed that today. I think today it is so much more about living your values versus everything else that we have done and spoken about in the past. And organizations that are doing it well are in a better place today. And I really hope that as a community of PR and communications professionals, we continue to be the conscience keepers, and we are able to enable more and more organizations, whether on the agency side or corporates, to live their values in real for now.
Yeah, I think just sorry, Karan, just to add to what Prasida was saying, we talked about vaccination and all. As a community, we agency leaders, there are certain leaders I will not name, including, I don't want to name myself as well, but there are leaders who are coming together and forming a fund, right, which will only help the entire employees in any agency, right? If you need oxygen concentrators, if you need any medicine, if we could come out and spread that word, and we can help the people there. That is the requirement right now. It is not the requirement of being a competitor with each other. This is far beyond competition, far beyond everything else, right? This is the requirement for a humanity, right? So as yesterday we had a call. There were around 5-7 people who
I got to know.
Yeah. So not detailing about it, but then that's the need of the hour, right? Bring in the concentrators, bring in whatever they need. So that's something which we are focusing more on as an industry as well.
Yeah, I think I would like to add to what Udit has said, that if you look at bigger organizations like large corporations, I mean, they all can create their own COVID centers and isolation center. But look at agencies, you have typically a 30-member agency to 150, 200, sort of an agency. Can there be sort of a union or sort of something like that, where we can create a COVID center for agency folks, and wherein anybody who gets unwell can be kept there. So I think there has to be a lot of solidarity at this time between agency client, and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we've been hearing that everybody has risen up to the occasion. As Udit mentioned, there was a call because a lot of industrial bodies are coming together to fight this pandemic.
Yeah.
And my other question is, apart from like I rightly mentioned about uh, staying keeping the morale high and all. One more thing which is important is optimism. Everywhere you open up television channel, you see all about that. You open up social media, it's all about that. There's a lot of negative sentiments. So my question to you is, Prasida, I mean, I know the times are really tough, and talking about optimism as of now looks little oxymoron. But having said that, what according to you should be the key things as an industry we all should do, to bring the positivity between the employers and the employees and keep the engagement going?
Yeah. So I think good question. And from my perspective, I think it has to be cautious optimism. I feel too much of optimism is also not something that's going to work at this moment, because A, we can't predict the future. B, there are so many people going through such tough times that you don't want that social media post or this emailer talking about everything is going to be perfect and all is going to be well, because it's not going to resonate. It has to be realistic. It has to be able to have that connect with people. So in at least all the communication that I'm seeing, what's really working is when you try and give that message that we are in this together, that here are the ways in which we can support each other. So it's a lot more of building that feel of community versus getting into a space saying that, hey, all's going to be well, and look, this is happening, or that's happening. I don't think that works. What I'm also noticing is, a lot of brands. I've seen CEOs of Baiju, for example. I saw Ritesh Moyo, all put a post on social media talking about creating these funds where they are supporting employees on various requirements. I think when you actually act in a way which is going to have a positive impact on your employee, your clients, your community at large, that resonates much better than a positive social media post with puppies and anything like that, which is going to encourage some sort of positivity, because it can for a moment distract you from the situation you are handling if you come across it. But I don't think it helps in overall mental health and well-being. And I think the second piece is also talking about mental health and well-being. At least I've been doing that a lot with my teams, both current and previous, just kind of checking in on them. And for a change today, when you ask how are you, you really mean it, because you want to know how the other person is really feeling and if everything is okay. Karan, you and I have exchanged several messages. I think that is the one change which I'm seeing around, which I feel is a lot of it gives a lot of positive energy. When you have people around, like just checking in on you, it just makes you feel that you're not alone. And when people are able to express their vulnerability, that brings in the positivity versus anything else. So I think it's about being cautiously optimistic. It is about being very real in the way you communicate, and that's going to resonate really well with the community at large.
Mm.
Right.
So that, I mean, what's your take on I mean, optimism? Although I mean, another 2 months looks little tough for all of us. I mean, everybody is trying to stay safe. But having said that, most of the organizations are coming forward. The agency heads are coming forward. Everybody is trying to give their perspective. They're trying to do for the humanity from the humanity standpoint. But what are the other ways? I mean, your recommendation, your suggestions, which
I think you can only act what Prasida was saying, right? This is the time to act and not sit. And don't call your employees and say that everything is going to be well, because they're facing a lot more challenges, right? I have around 65, 70 people in my team. Out of them, 10 people faced COVID, right? And their families also had COVID. Now, I cannot just call them and say that, सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा. They are facing that challenge. We can't just say they will have to take 14 days to quarantine and everything, right? But my point is that right now, again, I think everybody has to raise up their hand and say that, okay, individually, what we can do, we will do at from our level, right? So, for example, if we can contribute, whatever we can contribute towards humanity, and bring up the change in the society. That is the only way you can be optimistic, right? Otherwise, just thinking, going through the news articles, going through electronic media, opening channels, you will never be optimistic. You will have to stop looking at that. Yes, I'm not saying don't look at, stop looking about, what is happening in the world. No, you should be aware, but look at the other side of the story as well. Probably look at other countries who are, what US went through probably 1 year back is what we are going through right now, right? Look at that side of the story as well. And, think that everything will take time, but, take one day at a time, right? So a small thing which happened to us day before yesterday was, we won a pitch and I knew who all were participating. I have never, written a mail before signing up the agreement. There was an approval on the mail that, yeah, okay, your proposal is good to go. I wrote up a mail to my team congratulating them. But I have never written that in throughout my 9 years of journey as an entrepreneur. But I wrote that mail. I think that is what needs to happen right now. Small things which we thought we will not do. Now is the time to do those things, right? That will bring a lot of change, and a lot of happiness, and a lot of optimism as well. That's my take.
Madhukar, we've been reading a lot of things Chris LPR has done for its employee. and you personally have been doing a lot of social work. I've seen it. I've been following you. So what's your take? I mean, I'm not saying that, we suddenly tell that everything is going to be all right. But having said that, there needs to be a little bit of motivation and optimism, because
Yeah.
otherwise people will reel under this pressure, and
Right.
it's really, really tough right now.
Yeah, I mean, the first step that we took was, like about a week back, that we went into a slow mo, and we said that, guys, now we are not going to have any daily morning meetings or evening meetings, and because we understand that our employees and their families are already undergoing a lot of stress these days, their family members, and a lot of our folks have gotten COVID positive. So we first of all we said that take it easy. You don't have to really. So we completely shut down our morning meetings and evening meetings. We said no daily agendas. You don't need to really share. We have a policy like take off anytime, no questions asked, no salary deducted, no questions asked. And I think that has really given a lot of I mean confidence in my team, that they feel that okay, I mean our company is doing something for them. Apart from that, we have also organized some pranic healing sessions for my team members. These are virtual sessions that I'm in touch with some of the pranic healers, which even I sort of undergo. So we have done this. We are also going to start an online fitness session. Recently, we won also a Government of India pitch where we are organizing an international women's festival. So we are also women's fitness festival. So we are also going to organize this virtual fitness sort of a regime for our team members, so that apart from work and stress that they are undergoing, I think they will also have some time where they can spend, and they can get fitter and mentally, spiritually, and everything. So these are the things, some of the things that we are sort of doing currently.
So
Okay.
I'll give it to Rohil now.
I have a question. I'll start with you. That my experience, since I'm on the other side of the PR mail, I still get mail, still get calls, and I can empathize. You have to continue business while we are in this environment. You can't escape it at the same time. But what is the best way forward? I mean, of course, maybe a week down the line, we have to come back and put the things together. How do we sustain this? There's a thin line between being business-like and being and displaying that empathy. How do we make it believable, Udit? How does business continue for PR, agencies?
So Ruhel, I have two sides of clients. One is brands who are reputed. So reputed means brands who have reached to a level and who understand, who have communication teams with them. Right, that's one side of the brands. Then the second side is startups who are very aggressive. Now, startups who are aggressive doesn't mean that I am talking about startups who have made up a mark. I'm talking about startups who are starting and have got funding of 10 crore or 20 crore in their pocket. Now they've got a limited funding. They want to explore the market. The pandemic will not stop them. But what we need to understand or make them understand is we need to,
I think there's a little bit of connection.
I have called them personally. This is a can't, you might send me a press note. I can't go to media every. Am I audible now?
Yes, all fine.
Hello, can
you? Yeah, you are.
Okay, so I was saying, I have personally spoken with those brands and told them, you might give me a lot of press release. I will not be able to come out with coverage every now and then. I am taking it slowly, and believe me or not, brands have respected that fact. Brands have come to me and said that they understand, being humanity comes first. And same, if you will not speak with your client, the pressure would be there on your teams, right? Because they have to deliver ultimately. And ultimately, if they don't deliver, we will be the first person who will ask them question that why have you not delivered, right? They also want to save their job. So, why not change the KRAs right now? Change the KRAs and change, things which says that, okay, if the target was, for example, if the target was 10 stories or, ABC, just bring them down. Don't give them the same target again and again, right? And clients are, I'm telling you, brands are very, very, easily understanding it. They are human beings also, right? So let's not be in a situation wherein, force people to go out and, do media callings. Instead of media callings, bring the change, right? Run campaigns which can bring the change to the society. Run campaigns which can reach to people who don't understand what COVID is right now also. My driver, who was coming every day, I told him, please go and sit at your home. He was saying, if I go and sit at my home, what will I earn, right? So he don't understand what is COVID, right? I made him understand, and I have given him off. I said, there will be no salary deduction which will happen. Now he's happily sitting. Now my point is, why I'm telling you this is because they don't understand. The communication is lacking, right? And that's where the change has to come in. We as agency leaders or communication professionals, we need to bring the change right now, right? And it's a small urge. Why not take, as an individual, we start creating hashtags, or as agency leaders we start creating hashtags and make that change in the society where where the people are struggling right now. So that is what we can bring, I think, Rohit.
Prasida, it's also about motivation. Teams are finding it difficult to stay. One, you are already in this sentiment. Somebody is affected that the motivation part. How should that be addressed at the same time? What steps can be taken to ensure the teams also stay motivated while they have to? We have to all come back to work and do that every day. What is in your view, what is the best way of doing this?
Sure. I think, from a motivation perspective, two things are important. One, at least for now, I feel the focus has to be a lot more on giving them the support that they need, morally, emotionally. I think that's what is our duty as leaders, whether we are working in no matter what industry, being there for them, being empathetic in the real terms, supporting them in whatever ways we can, so that they are able to focus on whatever is their priority. Now, we all have team members, who are probably dealing with the crisis, themselves suffering from COVID or taking care of a family member or a loved one. And we also have others who are so far safe. So I think the way to deal with both set of audiences in terms of your team members has to be a little different. I think with my teams that are so far, by God's grace, doing well, we usually talk about, we check in on each other, and then we talk about work, but kind of split it into smaller targets or smaller pieces that we want to achieve together. So as an example, we will reduce, like I think Udit mentioned this, that we don't have team calls and morning calls and things like that. We've reduced the frequency of things like that. We've also decided to prioritize on certain projects and work versus certain others. So all of that kind of gives them the space that they need for them to deal with things, whether they are themselves going through the crisis or not. And at the same time, looking at smaller pieces of work which excite them, interest them, so that sometimes they can use work as a means to sometimes distract themselves from whatever they are facing. So I think that is at least the approach that I've taken to help individuals have the space that they need, at the same time have something to look forward to in the middle of everything else, which is not very pleasant out there. And then I think in terms of motivation, we all know this. We have been through situations in the past. We will come back to it. I think as human beings, and I would say this as Indians, we are we have that ability to come back to things and get back and get things done if they need to. But I think having the confidence that you have the space and time to do things your way, you don't need to do everything today now, and it's okay to take it slow. It's okay to not feel okay about things. It's okay to not know what's going to happen next. I think that also in a great way helps individuals feel at peace. And that's where sometimes the motivation to accomplish small tasks, whether it is work related or simply going and watering the plants at home, you're able to do it. So that's my take.
Right. Madhukar, what is your brief to your teams this time in this context?
We are telling them that they should remain healthy mentally, spiritually, physically. So some of our folks are like positive, and I make sure that I am calling them personally every 2-3 hours I personally call them and I ask them, okay, what's your temperature? What's your oxygen level? I mean, which this I would have probably not done before, but now I am doing it because I know it's very, very important. This is a small gesture, checking on their, parents and how they are doing, and if we are able to provide some things, some care for them, I mean, we were all doing good before, but what is more important is that how much and how to what extent you can touch your employees' hearts, and that is, I think, that will keep your employees' morals high. We have told them that they should take it very easy. There's no pressure on them. There are no targets, nothing at all. I mean, we want them to remain healthy, and so that we bounce back again,
Right.
with full force. Yeah.
So we have 8 minutes, and Karan, over to you with your next set of questions.
I'm just thinking what to ask. As a matter of fact, my own team, a lot of people are going through so much. Some of them have lost their loved one. Some of them were sick. Even I was personally asking them their SpO2 level and the fever and everything. But regardless of that, I'm glad that we put this together. So at least some bit of contribution from us to the communication industry in finding those right set of talent. Even some of them are down with COVID and they still want to come online and accept the award. So everybody is doing their own thing. So, I mean, my last question would be to each one of you. I'll begin with you, Prasida. In terms of, we mostly touched upon on optimism, empathy, and other areas. What are the key things that you think is the need of the hour at this particular junction, and what do you see will happen in next 2 to 3 months? I mean, although I'm saying that we are not clairvoyant or we can't predict and preempt what's going to happen, but having said that, from the employee standpoint, businesses are important and they have to keep rolling. But having said that, the employees' welfare and well-being is also important too. So what are the key defining factors that you think will bring change in the society?
Yeah. Thank you for that, Karan. I think it seems so far really clear that some of the things that we've done, whether it is opting from work from home, or whether it is making mental health and wellness such an important part of just how we function as companies. That's going to last. That's going to be something that I feel it's going to slowly get more ingrained into the DNAs of company, and as organizations, we will. Udit was mentioning, right? Empathy was always something which was there. I think it's just a term more used now, but I think that's going to become a lot more real, because the kind of situations we are dealing with right now, it just makes the whole experience so much more real for all of us that we will take that so much more seriously. I think from a PR and communications industry perspective, things are going to change for us. Some of the changes we've seen, whether it's press conferences becoming a thing of the past, I think even in terms of virtual conferences, it's pretty limited compared to how often things were in the past, or the frequency of press releases and all of those things. I think we are all going to find very creative, yet extremely realistic and relevant ways of communication. And that in some ways going to make our function a lot more strategic than it has been in the past. I see many of us stepping into really more strategic roles. I think some of us have had the privilege, at least I can say that for myself, but having that seat at the leadership table right from the start, and being able to be a thought partner to the management and making sure we are part of every business decision making. But as companies start kind of focusing on their values and giving it the real importance it deserves over and beyond achieving business outcomes or reputational goals, our role is going to become so much more important. We will become change makers in the real sense of the word, and I think the opportunity for the industry is going to be huge. We can be the people who are enabling a lot for not just our employees or clients, but also for the community at large. And it's going to be a lot more on how well we play that role. Things are unpredictable. We don't know what's going to really happen, but these opportunities exist. And I think slowly, if we are able to bring that balance between work and life, which is also going to be something which companies are now going to focus on a lot more. I think we've learned it the hard way with everything we're going through now. If we are able to do it now, I'm sure we'll be able to do it in the future. So I think these are the changes which are going to come in a couple of months. I'm hopeful. I hope things get much better for all of us. We're all safe.
So that we talk day in day out basis, we know what is happening within the industry and outside the industry. I mean, although keeping our offline discussion, uh, I mean, what is there in your view will happen in next 2 months?
Okay, it's I can't predict anything right now. It's a tough
Nobody
question.
can, but you know,
It's a
just
tough question to answer. I think one big thing, and I will talk as agency leader and looking at the brand communications as well, is going to be there's going to be a lot of AI which is going to get used now, and it's not about 2 months. It's about the next years to come, right? Again, AI was being used before also, but I think AI has to play an important role. Second most important thing is going to be influencer management. This is a huge market. This is there is still no quality leader in this, right? And therefore firms needs to make their own APIs, right, wherein they need to make their own tools where they can in-house tool where they can manage influencers, and there are a lot of firms who are doing that as well, right? And I think all the growing firms today, or firms who can afford it, should try and build technology and play a because technology is going to play a very vital role, right? Third important thing, as business entrepreneur, what I will say is May is going to be a difficult month, right? I don't see a lot of good or a lot of client movement happening in May and June. But after 2 months, this is my prediction towards business, only business. After 2 months, I feel that there would be some changes which will happen, and there were a lot of RFPs which were floating up till April beginning. So I see that coming in action probably by the end of June or mid June. So these are three things which I currently feel is going to happen, or will happen in the next not 2 months, probably in the next 6 months for sure.
Madhukar, your views.
Yeah, so one thing I would like to say that this pandemic last year, first wave and the second wave, has honestly humbled all of us. I mean, be it the founders or the client side. I mean, uh, it has made us all very somber, and our approach is very human centric now. I mean, it's fine. We are saying that okay, we were always empathetic, but I think we have progressed from empathy to compassion now. I think mental well-being will always be part of our strategy when we are formulating our growth strategy for agencies. Um, of course, like Uday mentioned, that in next 2 months, in terms of business, I'm not sure how much of business is going to grow. Of course, the times are a little hard, but I think we are going to survive. PR and communications will always be there. I think it will be more important now. It will for mission critical industries such as logistics, healthcare, insurance businesses, delivery, etc. And I think, of course, uses of technology will be there, and PR will be done in a different way, more digital, more virtual sort of platforms will emerge. And yeah, I think that is all I have to say right.
Just to add to this, Karan, as agencies, we need to, and I have done that. When the COVID started 1 year back, we brought, because we were not ready for it, right? We were not ready for the entire work from home. So we quickly brought in the concept of, hourly status, right? Every
Yeah.
hour what's going to happen, that sheet needs to get updated and everything. Believe me, second, and that at that point only, we decided that it's not going to work, because we were disturbing people after every 1 hour. The lead, all the TL were doing that. So I think let's just get rid of that hourly statuses
Right.
as an industry, or as agency leaders, right? We need to look at what people can do and believe in your power, believe in your people, right? Give them power, give them, make them motivated. That's the only two things which can happen, and how we can survive this entire negativity around us.
Yeah. I think as first generation entrepreneurs, Uday, and for me, and I think from others as well, I think we were too much involved in okay, what is happening, in the business, and okay, suppose if we lose the track, maybe the things will go wrong. But I think now we know that no, our team members are like, can do it, and they are able to do it, and they're handling it, and that's why the whole delegation has happened very quickly, and we are no longer bothered, that what they're doing every hour. We know that they're mature, they're delivering, our clients are happy, and that's all.
Yeah, because the way the industry has evolved in this last 1 year, I mean, though it was a learning curve at that time, but now everything looks little seamless. Even we are working out of home, it's been more than 1.5 years. So in terms of productivity, putting out man hours together, no problem. But yeah, what things are happening around us is making us a little somber, and there's a lot of grief. But I'm sure we'll come out of it. It's just a matter of time, and though times are unprecedented, but we have to stay afloat and keep hopeful. So thank you everyone for your time. It was indeed very thought-provoking, and I'm sure we as an industry collectively will do a lot of things in the future.
One last thing I would like to add, Karan, that I think you have done a great job. I mean, I must say that as an important part of this ecosystem, you keep on checking on everyone, how they are doing, how their families are doing. I think that's really great.
So Exchange for Media believes in everybody's well-being, and we are all a big family. So thank you everyone. Hope all stay safe, and my best wishes to everyone, and look forward to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over
Thank
to
you.
you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Bye,
Stay
Pratik.
safe.
Bye, Madhukar. Bye, Udit.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you once again to all our panelists for your time and sharing your insights here with us on this platform. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you have taken a lot of great takeaways from these sessions so far. So we'd love for you to summarize and send us your key takeaways from it in the comment or the chat box on whichever platform that you're watching us on, so that more wider audience can also benefit from this. I know we are in this unprecedented times and the situation does seem grim, but coming together is something that we as humans can do. And that is what all of us have been doing. As PR and corporate communication industry, so many of you have come together to help aid each other, help out the community and overall the country. Through our storytelling, through ethical work scenarios, and also by being there for each other, no matter what. This has been a beautiful day for all of us, and we will have our awards starting really soon. But before that, we would once again like to thank our partners without whose support this event would not have been possible. Like to thank our presenting partner, AdFactors PR, Knowledge-Driven Communications, are powered by partners Clan Connect, Discover, Engage, Influence. Our gold partners, ATDB, Fusion Public Relations, SPAG Asia, and Seraphim Strategic Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of you are excited to meet the young guns of the PR and corporate communication domain who are winning the 30 under 30 awards this evening. But before we get there, I would like to showcase the audio visuals here. Can we have the AVs, please? Can we showcase the AV here? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are concluding the first ever edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 under 30 Summit and are just moving towards the award ceremony, I would like to invite on screen Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder Exchange for Media Group, to join us on screen for the valedictory session and to give his vote of thanks to the panelists and also summarize this beautiful day. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Ahuja. Would like to welcome Mr. Ahuja on screen. Can we have him on screen, please? Well, these are unprecedented times, and we rely on technology and connectivity so much. But Mr. Ahuja will be joining us shortly. Till then, let's take a look at the Exchange for Media audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the valediction session and to conclude this beautiful day and summit, I'd like to welcome on screen our co-founder Exchange for Media Group, Mr. Naval Ahuja. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Khyati. Good evening to all of you, wherever you are. And let me welcome you to this evening show of the first inaugural session of Exchange for Media 30 under 30 PR and corporate communication specialist. Part of us wanted to actually postpone the event given what is happening around us. The mood has been somber. A lot of us have directly been impacted because of the pandemic, either our family members, colleagues. But as Karan and our team discussed yesterday, the show must go on. We could find something to cheer and talk about, and also take our minds off what's going on around us by getting together, talking to each other, and being part of an initiative that we've all invested in so much. So here we are. Thank you so much for joining us today evening. We've had a very fruitful day of discussions, and Karan and his team have put together a fantastic set of speakers today who debated through the day what's happening in the PR and corporate communications industry, what is the shape of the industry. As some of you have already experienced, the last 1 year has been very defining for the PR corporate communications industry. PR Comm, which was already very growing and a very in-focus domain over the last few years, has come under spotlight even more. A lot of companies are now even more focused on PR and corporate communications. And for youngsters who entered the domain recently or who are planning to enter the domain soon, it augurs well as a career opportunity. As you know, this is the inaugural year of the Top 30 Under 30 initiative in the PR and corporate communications domain. We've been doing many such initiatives to recognize young talent in the larger umbrella of the marketing communications industry. As many of you know, we already have an Impact 30 under 30 list. Last year, we also curated another list, which was about people in the content domain who are young and who have recently entered the industry. This list specifically recognizes the corporate and communications professionals, and Taran and his team put together a fantastic jury this year. I'm sure you will be showcased the jury soon, but let me just read out some names to give you an idea of who all was in the jury. The jury had Samir Kapoor from Ad Factors, Sujit Patil, Godrej Industries, Nitin Mantri. These are very accomplished professionals. You already know Nitin Mantri from Avian, Dipshika of Genesis, Manisha Chaudhary of Value 360, Uday Pathak, Media Mantra, Aman Abbas from Commvisor, Amardeep Singh from Gutenberg, Ruby Sinha, Commune Brand Communications, Amitabh Saxena, Actimedia, Abhilasha Paddy, my apologies, ATDB Communications, Dilip Yadav, First Partner, C. Lika, Brand Reputation, Indigo, Nikhil Day, Ad Factors, Chetan Mahajan, The Mavericks, Sunil Nair, Concept PR, Mukesh Kharbanda, Fusion PR, Pooja Chopra, PNA Origin, Aman Gupta from Spag Asia, Shailesh Goyal, Simulations Public Affair, and Nikki Gupta of Teamwork Communications Group. So as you can see, it has been a very accomplished jury which did the job of selecting the 30 listers, and our congratulations to all the people who made it on the list. Remember, this is just the start of a journey. This is not the pinnacle. There's a lot yet to come. Your best is yet to come, but this is in many ways a peer recognition of the efforts that you already put in. As some of you might know already, we had some 110 odd entries this year, out of which 80 were shortlisted and then 30 were selected by the jury. So once again, congratulations to all the winners. Dedicate this win, this recognition to people who are right now, in the process of wishing their loved ones luck to recover soon from the pandemic. I hope we are out of the situation very soon, and our next event, on-ground event, is something we all get to see. So thank you so much for joining, and I look forward to the evening like all of you do. Thank you. Khyati, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja. And yes, like Mr. Ahuja mentioned, let's dedicate this evening, this recognition and award to all those who are struggling and fighting and wishing their loved ones a speedy recovery. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Public Relation and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the first generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor those brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age of 30 through these awards. This year, we have received over 110 nominations, out of which we selected the best 30 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting, and after screening over 80 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected. Now, as we all know, no event is possible without the support of its partners, not even a virtual one. So here I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our partners, a presenting partner, Ad Factors PR, Knowledge-Driven Communications, powered by partner Clan Connect, Discover, Engage, Influence, our gold partners, ATDB, Fusion Public Relations, SPAG Asia, and Seraphim Strategic Communications. Before we move forward, I'd like you to take a tour with this audiovisual for the first ever edition of E4M PR and Corpcom 30 Under 30 Awards. Let's take a look at the AV.
The Exchange for Media, the PR and Corp Communications 30 Under 30 Awards are the most profound and respected initiative for the next generation leaders in the communication industry. Exchange for Media will honor these brightest professionals, entrepreneurs, game changers, and achievers of the industry under the age 30 through these awards. This year, we have received over 110 nominations, out of which we selected best 30 plus nominations. The judging process was very stringent and exhausting. And after screening 80 shortlisted entries, the best deserving candidates were selected.
Hi, I'm Lika. I head the brand and corporate communications for Indigo. It was my pleasure to be a jury on the Exchange for Media 30 Under 30 Awards. The amount of talent, the multitude of innovation, the non-stop new ideas and new media that this new crop is leveraging is absolutely amazing. Kudos to all the winners out there and best of luck for the future.
Hi, I'm Aman Abbas, founder and CEO of Comm. Thank you Exchange for Media for making me a jury member for 30 Under 30 list of PR professionals, and I was absolutely awestruck to see some of the entries. I think they're fantastic, a bunch of people who have come together, and I'm very confident the industry is in the safe hands. Two things which are important for me when I look at these entries. One is that your own contribution to your team, to your clients in helping them move the needle, whether it is from the thought process or whether it is from the action. And the second part is the storytelling, which actually becomes very evident when you actually look at those entries, and some of those were like out of the world. It was extremely difficult to choose the top 30 because there are lots of very, very talented people in the industry, and I wish everyone all the best, and my special congratulations to the winners and everybody who has participated in this. Thank you very much.
Buddy, it's been a pleasure judging the Exchange for Media Awards. What I was looking personally was for three essential things. One, how precisely you communicated your thoughts, be it your weaknesses or strength. Secondly, where you see yourself 5 years down the line. And thirdly, your contribution to the industry and how far reaching it would be. As in your thought and clarity in the area that you want to pursue was very, very, very important from my perspective. I think we've chosen a good set of 30 plus winners. I wish you all the best in the future and stay safe in these COVID times.
Congratulations to all winners of E4M 30 Under 30. I believe all jury members had a tough time in selecting only 30 out of many good entries that we received. It was a delightful experience to go through the achievement of young ones of our industry. As far as judging criteria goes, those who had a focused vision of next 5 years and were able to clearly highlight their contribution in the industry stood out for me. Once again, congratulations to all the winners, and those who are not part of the list this time, please do not be disheartened. Keep working hard. You are the next generation leaders of our industry.
A big thank you to the entire E4M team and all the jury members who showed up, who spent time, who thought it was important that we all got together and kept an eye on the future. It is a very, very tough, difficult period that we are going through. But I also believe that at a time like this is when we must invest our energies on also recognizing and encouraging the next generation of PR professionals. And it is events like these and this kind of a jury meet and these kind of awards that I think are part of that ecosystem that come together to encourage and to give the next generation hope. And I really hope that we bring a smile to a few people's faces when they see the results. And to all those who entered and didn't make it, try again. Tomorrow is bright and tomorrow will be brighter. Thank you.
Hello, I'm truly delighted to be a part of the jury of 30 Under 30 by Exchange for Media. This is the first edition of Exchange for Media 30 Under 30, and the kind of overwhelming response we got from the young PR professional, it was commendable. We got number of entries, and I would say a good number of quality entries that we received from the industry. And going forward, it will be a more it will definitely help to encourage more professionals, and they will be a part of it. So due to ongoing pandemic, we could not do the physical jury meeting, but it was a virtual session. But I believe everybody did the thought through process. We selected and we make sure that whomsoever is deserving is getting the award. So I'm hoping that it will definitely encourage the young PR professionals.
Hello friends, this is Shailesh Goel, Founder Director of Simulations Public Affairs Management Services. I have been privileged to be a part of the 30 Under 30's maiden edition of jury process organized by Exchange for Media this year. I must say that the process, although it was virtual, but the time spent on each candidate, each participant, each applicant was much more probably than what we used to do in person. And not only that, the profile was discussed in detail before arriving to conclusions, and it was really a tough time. My fellow colleagues in the jury did a fantastic job, learning experience as well as very encouraging one to see that the young talent in corporate communication and public relation industry is booming with the ideas. In fact, we were amazed to see the talent and the achievements of each participant who has applied for actually. They were brilliant, simply brilliant in each field, in each discipline, in each domain. We could see the young talent is not only bubbling with ideas, but also their execution capabilities much superior. In fact, we were amazed to see the talent. Each participant was excellent in one way or other. While their achievement was one important criteria, also insisted to see that ability to become a good leader in the future, in the time to come. My fellow friends, we are passing through a very tough and challenging time. We were saying that these are unprecedented times, but this year, the second wave has put us all into a very, very depressing and deprived situation. My humble request to all of you is to stay safe, be realistic, explain your clients what is achievable, what is possible, and stick to that rather than trying to show and get into a very depressing mode, which is not going to help either. Stay safe. Thank you, Exchange for Media team, Karan, Anuragji, Nawal. It was a wonderful experience, and may the best talent get recognized. All the best.
Hi, thank you for having me on the jury for the E4M PR and Corporate Communications 30 Under 30. The whole process of judging was very, very interesting, because when I saw the varied types of people who had nominated themselves, it was interesting to see there were young PR professionals who started an entrepreneurial journey. There were those in the corporates who were eking out a strong position for themselves in their communication field, and of course those in agencies taking on leadership roles. One of the important things that I looked for in the entries was what is the vision of the young professional to give back to the industry and the community. And I think today in Corona times more than ever, think of how can you be part of a larger information and awareness program, or part of some self-help group to help out those who are struggling with the virus. At the end of this, when we come out of the whole Corona situation, we should all be proud of our contribution to not just our own selves, but to the larger community and to the nation. So get out there while being safe, but being there to help others. Thank you.
Hi, it was a pleasure for me to be part of the jury of the first edition of Exchange for Media PR and Corporate Communications 30 Under 30 Awards. I was very impressed with the quality of nominations that I reviewed, the body of work and the energy of some of these youngsters reminded me of the catchphrase that great leaders indeed start early. I'm glad that with this kind of talent in the pipeline, the future of industry looks really good. For me, the two criteria, while looking at the entries, the two criteria of judgment was the proven contribution to the industry endorsed by relevant leaders and respected people they worked with, and the leadership potential of the candidate. I wish all the good luck to the winners who get to the final list of 30 under 30. While the results are getting announced for this award, we are also grappling with one of the most saddening and the disturbing times of our life. There are no clear patterns and there are no clear rule books. In fact, all prescriptions to deal with this virus are proving out to be wrong. We cannot do anything but wait and watch, deal with things as they come our way, and be mentally prepared to be able to rebuild our lives once all this settles down. Thank you.
Exchange for Media thanks the jury and congratulates all the winners.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's news portal exchangeformedia.com reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. To be a part of our legacy, write into us at partner@businessworld.in.
So very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very good evening, ladies. After a long break, we are right here to begin the first edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to announce, the moment is here to announce those 30 plus lucky winners. I wouldn't say lucky, the hardworking ones who have kept their boat afloat through storytelling, through great work that they've done in the past year. This is the first edition of E4M PR and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Awards 2021. Now, to start the awards, I'd like to invite once again on screen Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media Group, along with Mr. Amitabh Saxena, founder and managing director, Actimedia, to join us on screen. Very warm welcome, sir.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
A very good evening. So we're going to begin announcing the 30 plus winners of this list, this very coveted list. Let's quickly look at the first name. This is not in any particular order. All of them have done great work. So let's look at the first winner through this audio visual.
Soumya Jain, Rudolphin.
So I'd like to quickly check if we have Ms. Soumya Jain from Rudolphin here with us on screen online, so we can have her come forward, please. Please switch on your camera and mic, Soumya.
I don't think she's here. Let's move forward.
Yes, but I'd like to definitely give a very warm welcome to all our jury panel members here. Very warm welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for taking the time and being here at the awards. So we'll move forward to announce the next name who's part of this coveted list. Can we have the AV, please?
Pratik Juneja, Avian Week.
Many congratulations to Pratik Juneja of Avian We. Pratik, if you're here with us online, request you to please switch on your camera and mic and join us. So I'd like to humbly tell all our viewers and our jury panelists, grand jury members here, some of our colleagues who are part of this list cannot be here because they have been infected with the novel corona. So we wish them very speedy recovery. Pratik, thankfully, is not one of them, but unfortunately, I think he couldn't connect at the right time. So let's move on to announcing our next name on this list. Can we have the AV, please?
Kasturi Paladhi, Xiaomi.
So many congratulations to Kasturi Paladhi from Xiaomi. Many congratulations to you. And I think Kasturi is with us. So we'd like you to please join us on screen. So I'm gonna, ask you, Mr. Saxena and Mr. Goel, because you have been the people who assessed the entries, gone through them rigorously, had debates over it. Would you like to say a few words on how the entries were, what kind of work that you came across from these young guns? Mr. Goel?
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. We have gone through, although this year, this has been our first experience for virtual, but I must say that the amount of time spent on each entry for each candidate was enormous actually. And me, along with our fellow jury members, had really difficult time to choose the select few. In fact, their achievement list is so impressive that we feel so proud that the industry has come to at what level, and the young generation, youngsters are doing so good work actually. And many of them, I mean, I can very clearly see very promising future leaders for all of us actually. So great work, and congratulations to all. And even those who applied, and they were actually equally impressive, but since there have to be shortlist, we have to do the job. So thank you so much, and thank you Exchange for Media for making me part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Goel, for those kind words.
Yes.
Mr. Saxena, a few words.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate all the 30 winners, of course, and I wish them the very best. And since Mr. Goel has talked about the process itself, I just wish them to be safe during these COVID times and take care.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Saxena. Firstly, I want to thank both of you and all the grand jury members who've taken out that precious time and sat together for so many hours, even though virtually, to go through all the entries and bring us this very coveted list. I request all our winners who are part of this online platform right now to quickly rename yourselves on the platform so that we know who you are. Most of you have done that already. Some of you who haven't, please go ahead and do so. Also, if I have any of these three winners whose name have already been unveiled, which is Soumya Jain, Pratik Juneja, and Kasturi Paladhi, I'd like you to please switch on your camera and mic and join us on screen. And rest of the winners request you to keep your cameras and mics switched off until your name is announced so that you can come on the screen when the award is being announced. Thank you. So we'll move on to announcing our next name, the next young gun from the 30 under 30 list. Can we have the AV, please?
Jay Behel, Ad Factors PR.
So big congratulations to you, Jay. Very warm welcome. Tell us how you feel.
It's awesome. I mean, it's one of those things that we've been part of these forums before, but having your name in the light, and it's truly an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you, judges. I think it's awesome. It's a great Saturday.
It's a great Saturday. And what are your plans to do with this win with your family at home? I'm guessing you're home.
Yeah, I think a lot of pizza is in order. So
wonderful. So our heartiest congratulations to you. Mr. Goel, Mr. Saxena, would you like to say a few words?
Congratulations, Jay. You very well deserved for
Thank
sure.
you.
And it's difficult to assess from a whole lot of people, but you surely stood out amongst the rest.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
Khyati, we also have Nikhil Day, Mr. Man Abbas, Nitin Bantri, and Dilip Yadav on the jury. So I request everyone to, switch on their camera so that we can see them. And as and when we'll invite those winners, you can say a few words. Udit is here as well.
Wonderful.
I request all the winners to please rename themselves so that we see who it is, because I see a lot of Malay here. But I see the main Malay there. Yeah.
Yes. So, congratulations, Jay, and all the best.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's move forward, Khyati.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Jay, once again. And wow, I mean, this is the first time that I'm seeing the entire grand jury coming together on the screen. Lovely to see all of you. Thank you for your time, firstly. Let's move on and announce our next name on this coveted list, which is E4MPR and Corporate Communication 30 under 30.
Bhumika Gupta Oberoi, Boston Consulting Group.
Big congratulations to you, Bhumika. Bhumika, if you're here, please join us online. Yes, I can see her here. Many congratulations, Bhumika.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the jury and the organizers. Thanks a lot.
Nikhil and Nitin, you would like to say a few words?
Well, I'd like to first just say it's a strange world we live in, because the gentleman who just went by, Jay Behel, part of the same company I work in. I've never met him, so the first time I'm seeing him is right now. So Jay, good to meet you virtually, and congratulations. But to the winners before you and the most recent announced one, I just want to say that the process of spending time with the jury members and going through your entries was probably one of the few bright moments in a rather dark few weeks that I had. So my gratitude to all of you and my best wishes. You are the future. So God bless you all.
I'll just echo what Nikhil said. I think the entries were great. The future of our industry is in good hands. And yes, judging some of the entries was a little refreshing to do this at this time when we are already all seeing distressing news. So congratulations to everybody. And I think some of you have done some great work. And when we were judging these entries, we were debating that
we never had the opportunity when we were at this time, at your age, trying to make a career, to do such exciting things which you've been able to do now. I think some of you have done some amazing work, whether it's in the development sector space or the government space, or just being entrepreneurs, some of you. So at such an early age. So well done to all of you.
Thank you, our jury members, and many congratulations, Bhumika, once again. Here, I would like to request all our winners. I know we all are excited, but want you to please switch off your cameras for now, and please switch it on when your name is announced. I can see a lot of videos being taken while on screen. So let's do that when the time comes, and let's move on to unveiling the next name on this coveted list. Can we have the AV, please?
Julia Joseph, Avian Week.
So many congratulations to you, Julia. Very warm welcome. How do you?
Thank you so much, Kathy, and good evening, everyone.
Hi, Udit, if you'd like to say a few words.
I just want to congratulate Julia. I think what is important is, with the list coming out, when the names come out, there is a responsibility which comes out also, right? So I think
yes.
I totally feel that, the industry is in the right hands and you deserve it. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
And we also have Mr. Aman Abbas. Aman Bhai would like to say a few words.
Yeah, hi Julia, hi everyone who got announced so far. Many congratulations, and many congratulations to all the ones who are going to be announced soon. And I echo everyone's sentiments that they said that it was a very tough choice. We got to see some brilliant work, very varied, and usage of all the different tools that are there in the bucket of public relations. And I think some amazing work happened, and it was quite impressive, very difficult to choose 30. So all of you are winners who could make it or who couldn't make it. All the best for the next year, and many congratulations to all of you who could make it this time.
Yeah, so we also have Prateek Juneja. He just joined in. If you can call out his name, Kathy.
Absolutely, I would love to. Firstly, congratulations, Julia, once again from all of us here. Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite Prateek Juneja of Avian Week to join us on screen, please.
Hi.
Welcome, congratulations.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor to be here. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
I know it's not a best time to be celebrating, but it just feels great to be celebrated amongst other peers, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you for the jury for considering me worthy, and I hope everyone stays safe, healthy, and absolutely fine, and we get through this crisis and hopefully stay strong and get better as the time progresses. That is all we can wish for right now.
Thank you, Prateek. And yes, in these uncertain times, I think we need to hold on to these small victories and small bright moments that we can. Mr. Aman Gupta, would you like to say a few words here?
Thank you, Kathy. I think, congratulations to all the winners. I think my fellow jury members have already said, but one, it was definitely a tough one, but also I think it was an amazing exercise to just look at the kind of work such youngsters are doing, something which at such age, if they're doing, we know our industry is in safe hands, and, we look forward to sort of, seeing more of their works in the coming years and really delighting and taking the PR profession to the next level.
Wonderfully said. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. Once again, congratulations, Prateek. And now let's move on to unveiling our next name on the list. Can we have the AV, please?
Genu Joy, Weber Shandwick.
Many congratulations to you, Genu Joy. We have from Weber Shandwick. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, E4M, for this opportunity. Yeah, this is indeed something to be happy about in the middle of this grim situation that we all are in. But yeah, thank you once again. Wishing you, your teams, and your loved ones better health and safety. Thank you.
Shailesh ji, would you like to say a few words on Amardeep?
Yeah, I'll go first. Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Khyati. First of all, congratulations, Genu. I think all of you are showing us the way. I can say that, like all my colleagues in the jury also, I'm echoing the same thing, that we took a lot of time seeing your work. A lot of beautiful stuff is going on. We are proud that the industry is in good hands. And in fact, my personal experience, I got to learn something from you guys. I think you guys are thinking very clear. You're using the power of content to, tell these beautiful stories. So all the best to you and all the winners who've been declared till now, and for the future names to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Shailesh bhai, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, so congratulations, Genu. And we have seen the work which has been done wonderfully. This kind of opportunities, as my colleague said, were not available earlier, and digital has given you all opportunities to amplify as well as the showcase, and we could witness it in sitting in any corner. So keep the good work going on, and thank you everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Many congratulations, Genu, once again to you. I hope you celebrate this victory.
Thank you, Khyati. Thank you.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to unveiling our next name on the E4MPR and Comm 30 under 30 list. Let's take a look.
ICNOR Comm, SPAG Asia.
So a big congratulations to ICNOR Core of SPAG Asia. ICNOR, if you're here, would like you to please switch on your camera and mic and join us on screen.
Hi, Khyati. Thank you so much. I'm here, but I'm not able to. I think I'm as an attendee.
बोलना उसमें सुनाई देगा तो. Can everybody please mute yourself? I know it gets difficult sometimes, but let's all of us just make sure that we are on mute. And ICNOR, can we have her on screen?
ICNOR, you can log in once again as you did while for the speaking opportunity.
Okay. Okay. I'll
use
just
the same link.
All right.
Come back again. We can move on. Let ICNOR come back.
Yes, absolutely. Till then, let's go ahead and find out who our next name is on this list. Can we have the AV, please?
Oh, there she is.
I'm here. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. There seemed to be some technical issue. Thank you so much for this. This is, I think, we just in such troubling times right now. It's very motivating, very reassuring to get this. And I just want to thank the entire E4M team, all the judges, and I think most essentially the organization I work for, SPAG, and the leaders that I have. I think they play such a big role in kind of making sure that you are as productive as you can be. And I think that is the push that one needs every single day. So I think I'm just blessed to be in an environment that is that productive, and I definitely owe this to them. So thank you so much for this award, and to SPAG for giving me the opportunity to do all of this work.
Dilip, you would like to say a few words, Nikhil?
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations. And I would like to say congratulations to ICNOR and everybody I would like to add that one thing that we must keep in mind that success early on life can be a big morale booster, and it should allow you to do more and keep pushing yourself to new limits. It should not get to your head and slow you down because there are many more battles to be won. I also believe that this group really, is a good representation of what the industry will look like probably a couple of decades down the line, and therefore they have that much more responsibility to take the industry to the new limits as the lines between communication and other disciplines will get increasingly blurred. So those who did not make to the list, they should not lose heart as well. There are many more milestones to crack uh, as they go on, and good luck to all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nikhil is online right now. Yeah.
Yes, I am. Ignore, congratulations. More than anything, I love the visual picture you present. The branding looks great. Your smile is super. And that's part of what I think we all have to learn, how to show up well online. So full marks on that. And nice to see the SPAG logo glowing there. So Aman, you should be proud.
Thank you so much, Nikhil.
Thank you, Nikhil. It's always a proud moment to see your teammates out there, making showing the world that what they can do, because finally the organization constitute of each of them, and really proud of IGNOR.
Thank you so much, Aman. Thank you. It's all because of your guidance and support.
Thank you so much, and many congratulations once again, IGNOR, to you.
Let's move on.
Yes, let's go ahead and find out who our next name is on this list. Can we have the AV, please?
Sania Kundra, Roder Finn.
Many congratulations to you, Sania. Unfortunately, I'm unable to hear you. Would you just quickly go out and come back, re-enter the platform? Yeah, I would just like to let all of you know that Sania is under COVID, so we would like to give her our best wishes. And while she is fighting this novel virus, she is here to motivate herself and those around. So many congratulations to you, Sania. I am still unable to hear you, unfortunately.
Maybe something to do with the phone.
Yes. So would you like to just quickly get out of Zoom and re-enter and just make sure that the audio is on? And while you do that, we're just gonna wait. Don't worry.
Sanya, this is the doctor telling you that you shouldn't exercise your voice. You should take rest. Your smile looks lovely. Your acceptance is noted, and our best wishes are with you. But I was told repeatedly, don't talk and lie down. So I advise you to do that and get well soon.
Yeah. In fact, most of the people from Rodofen are going through this situation right now.
But our heartiest congratulations to you, Sanya, and we hope and wish you a very speedy recovery so that you can go ahead and do the awesome work that you've been doing. Many congratulations.
Take care. Congratulations, Sanya.
Moving forward to our next name on this list, let's quickly take a look at the audiovisual.
Isha Sahu, Titan Company Limited.
A big congratulations to you, Isha. Very warm welcome.
Thank you so much. It really means a lot. Um, Thank you to the entire fraternity and the industry stalwarts for, for even putting in the time that we have been hearing so much discussions to even arrive at the final list. So really appreciate the efforts being taken by everyone to recognize the efforts that we in the industry are putting forward. And it actually kind of creates an encouragement and motivation for all of us to continue doing such work and be able to pursue, especially for me, my personal mission of influencing positively as much as possible in people's home, in people's heart, in people's health. And this award is a very, very big encouragement for me to take it forward in that direction. And I've been really fortunate to have started my career with the Titan company, where when you start as a fresher, it's very important that your leadership trusts you and gives you that much of opportunities to shine, right? So that is something that I have been fortunate enough to be bestowed with, and under the able leadership of people like Shamla and Mansoor. I would like to take the names here because they have been really showering me with all the trust and confidence that is needed for a person to put in such kind of work. So really, really appreciate the effort, and want to also congratulate all my colleagues here, all the peers who have been part of the 30 under 30 winners list. Congratulations to all of you, and really heartfelt thanks to the team for putting this together. Please stay safe, everyone.
Nitin, you would like to say a few words? Or Amitabh?
Sorry, congratulations, Isha. It's good work done. And of course, stay safe. I'm sure you're working very hard, but stay safe while you do that as well. And congratulations.
Congrats, Isha. I think very well done. I think it's not, like you said, it's not easy to start fresh in a Comm role, and I think you've done a great job. So, congratulations. Stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Many congratulations to you, Isha.
Thank you, Catherine. Take care.
You too. Thank you. With that, let's move forward to announcing our next name on this list. Can we have the AV, please?
Malyanil, Samsung.
I'd like Nitin to say a congratulatory message.
I would like to invite Malay on screen.
There's so many Malay, I don't know. I saw him.
So get the real Malay, Anil.
Yeah, there he is.
Congratulations.
You are mute. You to unmute, Malay. Yeah.
I'm audible to everyone? Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks a lot, especially thanks a lot to the jury. Amid a very difficult year, personally and professionally, having this coming under 30 under 30, it feels incredible, feels great. And one thing I'd like to mention is that this wouldn't have been possible without my team at Samsung and at AVNB, my colleagues at Avian Content team who I work with, even if I hadn't win this, the questionnaire that there was, while we were filling that entire application, it was immensely motivating, and it gave a sort of an overview to, okay, where do you see yourself 5 years later, or where do you see yourself? Where is this journey taking you? So it was very important. Thank you so much for all of this. It means a lot. Thanks.
Malay, congratulations. I think keep developing some great content. I think let's keep watching it and reading some great content from you. So very well done. I think great job.
Amitabh bhai, you want to say a few words?
Mr. Saxena, you're on mute.
Yeah.
And you're back on mute.
Congratulations, Malay. Finally, I got it unmuted. But I understand the form was rigorous, but that gave us a lot of insight into people and how they thought and talked about things and how they actually processed things when they wrote it. So congratulations, good job done.
Thank you so much, sir.
Many congratulations to you, Malay, and I hope with all the other Malays on screen, you will be having a good time. Congratulations.
Thanks.
With that, let's move on to unveiling our next name on this coveted list. Let's take a look.
Somali Bajpai, Crown Plaza today.
Many congratulations to you. Very warm welcome.
You should
Thank you
name yourself Somali.
I'm there. Yes, Somali, we were just wondering why are you also named Malay? But let's ignore that and see your beautiful face. And do tell us, how do you feel?
Thank you so much. Anything positive happening this year is truly magical. And all my hearts and gratitude to the jury members and the Exchange for Media team for giving this recognition. It has been a very tough year for hospitality. And I actually poured my heart out when I was filling this award entry. So thank you so much. And everyone, please eat healthy and stay safe. Thank you.
Aman, but you would like to say a few words?
Yes, definitely. Somali, many congratulations. And I can definitely vouch for the fact that you really poured out your heart in your entry. I have gone through your entry and it was beautiful. Very, very nicely done. Very well written. So, I would congratulate you and everyone else who's there in the list, and do well and stay safe.
Thank you so much. And Khyati, see, I'm twinning with you today.
Yes, and I'm so happy that you are winning and you have this broad smile. I hope that motivates everybody who's watching this show to just stay positive. We know how things are around us, but I think we need to stay resilient. And congratulations, you are doing amazing.
Thank you.
With that, let's move on, ladies and gentlemen, to announcing our next name on this list. Let's take a look. Can we have the AV, please? While the AV comes up, let me just urge all of you to go ahead and give a shout out to all the winners of this coveted list, which is first ever E4M PR and Comm 30 under 30 awards list. We would love for you to shower some love on these young guns of the PR and Comm industry. Go ahead and congratulate them and make their day. Let's move ahead and play the next AV.
Himanshu Goyal, Top Social India.
Congratulations to you, Himanshu. We have Himanshu Goyal of Top Social. Very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Khyati. Thank you, E4M and the distinguished jury members. We are a very young team at Top Social India. So this means a lot. This means a lot to me. And we are in the influencer marketing space, and we are hoping to shape the future of influencer marketing. So thank you so much for the recognition, and hope to see every one of the 30 under 30 in the next few months when the situation gets better.
Shailesh ji, few words of wisdom from you.
Yes, I had the opportunity to go through Himanshu's profile, and it was very impressive, I must say. And the best thing is some of these great work has happened in last 12 months or 9 months, which have been very, very challenging actually. So they have not only been innovative in their approaches, but the meaningfulness have been added to the work which have done, besides the previous work which everybody has showcased actually. So this is immensely satisfying, and I must congratulate once again to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goel, and many congratulations to you, Himanshu, once again. And I hope that you will be celebrating this victory.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let's move on quickly and find out our next name on this list. Can we have the AV, please?
Anjali Ahbab, Media Mantra.
Thank you. And here I'd like to welcome and congratulate Anjali Sehwag of Media Mantra.
Thank you so much, Khyati. This is definitely a big win for me, and I'm super excited to have been recognized as one of the winners. And I would also like to congratulate all the other winners along with me. I think this is a great motivation, a great push in the difficult times that we are into. Lastly, just thank you so much to Exchange for Media as a platform for putting this together, to the entire jury, and of course my organization, Media Mantra, and my mentor Udit Pathak and Pooja Pathak. Thank you so much.
Amardeep, you would like to say a few words?
Congratulations, Anjali, on the win. I think you guys are doing some amazing work, as my colleague also mentioned in the last award. We all have gone through a very difficult phase in the last 9 months, and still staying indoors, we have created best of the case studies for our clients and the work that you have done. So congratulations on that, and keep up the good work. I think this is the new realm, the new normal. I wish you the best for that. Stay safe, stay indoors. That's my thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and everybody please stay safe and indoors.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Anjali. Many congratulations to you once again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With that, let's move on and find out who our next name is on this list. Let's play the AV.
Bushra Sheikh, India First Life Insurance Company Limited.
Many congratulations to you, Bushra. Very warm welcome.
Hi, Khyati. Thank you so much. Hello, jury members. I just wanted to say that it's truly an honor to be recognized by some of the most notable industry stalwarts. For me, receiving this honor means the acknowledgement of a job well done and motivation and commitment to do even better going forward. And I would just like to say that I owe this win to every individual who has helped me over the years, and to my team at India First Life. So thank you once again to all the jury members and E4M, and I would like to say congratulations to all of the winners. Thank you.
Philip, you'd like to say a few words?
Yeah, so right. So congratulations, Bushra. I personally saw your entry as well. And I think I could very clearly see that you have really been punching good weight in whatever you have been doing. So that was particularly impressive. So congratulations, and I hope you keep the same energy and momentum as you go along. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dilip. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you. Many congratulations, Bushra, once again to you, and I hope you will celebrate this victory.
I definitely will. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Congratulations, Bushra.
Thank you.
Be safe. All right, we are halfway through and few more young guns to be announced here. I hope all of you started pouring out the love to all of these winners. Moving forward, we are finding out who our next name is on the E4M PR and Corpcom 30 under 30 list. Let's take a look.
Kritika Ganatra, Sony Pictures Networks India.
So our big congratulations to Kritika Ganatra of Sony Pictures Networks India. Very warm welcome. Congratulations.
Hi, thank you so much. I just want to say thank you to everyone for removing time. 2020 has been an unprecedented year for all of us, but it's definitely instilled in me a change of outlook towards life and work. And it's made me realize more than before the importance of living with compassion, integrity. And yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the judges for removing time and yeah, judging our entries. So yeah.
I'd like to invite Nikhil to say.
Hi, Kritika. Very well deserved. I think I went through your entry as well, and you know, you deserve all of it. It's been a tough year, even for the entertainment industry. It's not been that easy. So you've done a good job. So thank you so much for applying, and I can safely say that you know, all of you, all the winners, including you, you're doing a terrific job, and just keep hanging in and stay safe.
Thank you, Nitin. And I would like to add it's with the help of your team at Avian. So thank you so much for the support always.
I'd also like to invite Nikhil to say a few.
Hey, Kritika, congratulations. And nice to see there are last few winners. There have been people who have spent time on both the agency side and the Comm side. And I think spending time on both sides gives a much heightened appreciation on how to work better together, work smarter together. So I love the fact that at the under 30 age, there's a lot of y'all who have been able to explore both and then find which you like better. So keep it up.
Thank you. Thank you. And many congratulations once again. With that, let's keep the momentum going and move forward and announce our next name on this list. Let's play the AV, please.
Neha Yogendra, Concept PR.
So congratulations to Neha Yogendra from Concept PR. Many congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank all the jury members and the organizers of the award and my organization Concept PR for giving me this opportunity to showcase my talent. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be on the list 30 under 30. Thank you so much.
We have Sunil from Concept. Sunil, if you'd like to say a few words. And maybe Aman.
Hi, can you have a video issue with my network? I think it's a for Neha. She's worked hard for it, and I'm very happy to see her on this list. Really delighted. I think she's really put in a lot of work from where we took on the entire assignment in UP, and I'm very happy for us. And thank you for. members to selected. Happy moment for us.
Congratulations, Neha, once again.
Thank you so much, Karan. Thank you.
Thank you, Neha, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
With that, let's quickly move on to find out who our next young gun is on this list. Let's take a look.
Shruti Vakharia, AdFactors PR.
Many congratulations to you. We of Ad Factors PR. And I think there are people watching this show while you are on the screen. So I hope the celebration's already begun. Many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, jury members. It's been very rewarding. Actually, the whole process was quite challenging. Lot of thinking, lot of understanding of what I want and what I can contribute to the industry. So that has been great. This award is definitely for my team because everything I have right now is my work, my first job, and my first mentors at Ad Factors. So this one is for my team and also my family who have literally sustained and motivated me for the last whatever time that we have been at home. Like even I'm quarantining right now, last 3 days left. But this has been some hope and this has been something nice that has
We
come.
also
So thank
have
you.
we also have a mentor for you from your organization, Mr. Nikhil Day, who will say a few words to you.
Hi, Shruti. I just sent
Hi.
you a message on LinkedIn saying that we haven't met. I look forward to getting to know you.
Definitely.
And this is a wonderful way to connect with some wonderful young people. So onwards and upwards. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. And many congratulations to you, Shruti. And I hope that while quarantining, you will celebrate with your loved ones.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Take care.
Congratulations to everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, let's move on to find out who is the next young generation leader part of this list. Let's take a look through this audiovisual.
Prerna Dalakoti, PR Professionals.
So many congratulations to you. We have with us Prerna Dalakoti of PR Professionals. Welcome. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thank you so much. This is overwhelming. I am, it's an absolute honor to be part of this list. I would like to extend my gratitude to Exchange for Media team and to the jury members. I think more than me, this recognition belongs to my agency that I work for, PR Professionals, and my team. And most importantly, the founder of our agency, who also is my mentor, Sarvesh sir. I am sure he is watching and cheering for me. Thank you, sir. This is for you and to the entire team of PR Professionals. Many congratulations to my fellow winners also. And we are in tough times. I would just like to request everyone to take care of yourselves and the people around you. Let us be healthy and stay safe. Thank you so much, everyone.
Congratulations. I'd like to say Ms. Raman Abbas to say a few words.
Yeah, Prerna, congratulations.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think very good work being done. And thank you so much for your wishes for everyone. You also stay safe. I think if we all stay safe, the infection rate is going to go down. So many congratulations and keep doing good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prerna. Many congratulations.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Moving forward, let's find out who are the next leader of PR and Corpcom on this list. Let's take a look.
Rishintu Amarnani, Current Global.
Many congratulations, Rishitu Amarnani. We have from Current Global. Congratulations, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. Great to see everyone here. I'll just make it quick. Everyone's spoken a lot about the uncertain times, and it is difficult times. And yes, it doesn't feel as celebratory as it should, given everything that's happening. But I think what also it reiterates is that the need for communication has never been more important than now. And I hope that all the amazing bright minds here, including me, uses their skills and their power to aid the challenges of today and tomorrow. Having said that, it's also important to make most of the happy moments we get. And this is definitely one of them. So thank you so much for putting me on this list. I certainly feel young, if nothing else. And I would like to thank my mentors, Shashikant Someshwar, Ruchika Vyas, for making me the person I am today. And for my amazing team at Current Global, who I personally believe are some of the brightest minds I've worked with, growing from around 2 to around 50 plus people in the past 55 years with such diverse, amazing, creative mindsets. So I'm representing them here. So thank you to them. Congratulations to everyone here on the list. And lastly, stay safe, stay masked, and I hope everyone's registered to get vaccinated as soon as they can.
Nikhil, you would like to say a few words?
I would actually. I'm a big fan of Rishitu, and I've never disguised that. I had the pleasure of working with him for a few years, and he is truly a rock star. He's looking like he's lost quite a few kilos since I last saw him. So good job there, my friend. And you're starting to look more and more like Shashi. So follow in his footsteps.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nikhil. Thank you.
Thank you, and many congratulations, Rishitu, to you. Like you said, we have to hold on to these happy moments as much as we can. So do celebrate. It's a big win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, we're moving forward to announcing our next name under the list. Let's take a look with this audio visual.
Tushita Sahani, Common Visa.
So congratulations to you, Tushita. We have Tushita Sahani. Hi, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. I would like to say that I'm absolutely over the moon to accept this award. One thing that I truly believe that today is what will help you to build tomorrow. So starting from very beginning, I was part of Comm and today I feel blessed to receive this award under the guidance of Mr. Aman Abbas. I'm truly blessed to get the guidance from him.
Mr. Abbas.
Sir, I'm so happy that Tushita could make it to this list, and she's done really well. So many congratulations, Tushita.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and many congratulations, Tushita, once again to you from all of us here at E4M.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to keep showering your love on our young leaders of the PR and corporate communication industry, the winners of 30 under 30. Moving forward, let's find out who is the next winner. Play the AV, please.
Shrishti Sharma, On Purpose Consulting.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our next winner here, Shrishti Sharma from On Purpose Consulting. Very warm welcome and many congratulations.
Thank you, Khyati. First, thank you for the opportunity and thank you for all the effort and the time taken by the E4M team and the jury. I won't take too much time, everyone's covered all the bases, but I just like to point out that I've been so lucky to have some great opportunities and have some risks that I've taken pay off. And I owe this to the amazing teams that I've worked with, both in my previous organization and now with On Purpose. And such opportunities and recognition, there's such a push to keep improving and doing better. So thank you for putting this together. And again, the times we're in, it's small joys like these that, that drive us, and it's good to appreciate them. So thank you, and wishing a lot of safety and health to everyone. And I'd like to congratulate all the winners and just appreciate the great work that everyone is doing. Thank you for being so inspiring, because when I look at all the work that my peers are doing, it's times like these when, that little voice at the back of your head driving you, telling you that, someone else is just so much more awesome, so that you have to try that extra a little bit harder. So thank you for being so inspiring, guys. And that makes me sort of hopeful for the future of our industry. So thank you.
I'd like to invite Mr. Nitin Bantri to say a few words.
Well, Shrishti, congratulations. I have no doubt that you'll make this list. I mean, I've had the opportunity of working with Shrishti in the past, and I was sad to see her go. So, but you've done some great work. So congratulations, and keep doing all that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin. Thank you.
Congratulations, Shrishti, once again to you. And I love the name, actually, On Purpose. I hope On Purpose, we keep telling great stories, building great brands, being ethical and transparent, and just bringing integrity to the whole system. Thank you, and many congratulations to you. With that, moving on to unveiling our next name on this list, let's have a look at the audio visual.
Surabhi Srivastava, PwC.
So many congratulations to you, Surabhi. Very warm welcome. Surabhi, unfortunately, I'm unable to hear you. Would you just quickly exit and re-enter the link? Till then, let me also tell all our viewers that go ahead and tag these young guns, give them your love. We all are looking out in these dark hours for one good ray of hope, one thing that we can celebrate and hold on to and be joyous about. So make sure that you make their day as well. And the teams and the companies that these young guns are part of, go ahead and celebrate them, because this is a great moment for all of them to come forward and celebrate the work that they've done, even in these unprecedented times. So congratulations once again to all our winners so far. And yes, welcome back, Surabhi. Congratulations.
Hi, Kathy. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you so much. Honestly, first off, I wish that you and your families are keeping good health. And it's really so encouraging and almost reassuring, and I know that with this award comes a unique responsibility to do more, lead with empathy, and actually bring a positive impact. And I'd like to thank the entire E4M team at Factors for this platform, and all the jury members, for actually investing their time in doing this. I mean, despite the current times, and it's just so difficult. Also, really big thanks to the entire team back at PwC. And I really have to give a big shout out to Khyati, you, Karan, Faisal, the entire team. Really, you've been so pleasant, and it's really great. And definitely many congratulations to all the others in the list. You can expect like a connect request from me very soon. I'd love to get to know all of you. So thanks, really appreciate this, and take care. Do stay safe.
Sailesh, you would like to say a few words?
Yeah, hi, congratulations. I think there was a bit of skepticism when she was a bit skeptical when she wrote the application, but I could see and we could see read between the lines. So it was very impressive, and at times it so happens that we underestimate our work, and that was probably one of the case here. But it was really good and worth highlighting, and congratulations once again. Keep the good work going on. Congratulations to all the winners announced so far. Keep safe, stay happy.
Thanks, Shailesh. Really means a lot.
Thank you. Many congratulations to you once again. And I hope you keep smiling this way and keep inspiring others with your work. Thank you. With that, let's move on to find out who our next winner is on this list. Let's take a look.
Tanya Hassan, Value 360 Communications.
So our big congratulations to Tanya Hassan of Value 360 Communications. A very warm welcome to you.
Hi. Thanks, Kathy. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for choosing me and putting me on the list. Like everybody mentioned, last 1 year has been really tough for everybody. But especially, I would like to mention one particular thing here is last 1 year, I was also a part of a huge cyber bullying, and the entire PR industry stood. And that's what makes me feel privileged to be a part of this industry. And I have had the opportunity to work with some amazing brands, and thanks to Value 360 Communications, and especially Kunal Kishore, who's given me the opportunity to work with some amazing brands and do great work. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Amitabh, would you like to say a few words?
Congratulations, Tanya. You have a good boss in Kunal, of course. He's worked with us as well earlier before he started Value 360. And I think it's great training, great work. Congratulations and be safe.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Many congratulations.
And I just want to add and just congratulate Tanya that, I know you're part of that controversy, and I'm so glad that you and Value stood up to that. And, and you really came out stronger on the other side. So well done.
Thank you so much, sir. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Many congratulations, Ms. Hassan, once again to you from all of us here at E4M.
Stay strong, Tanya. Congratulations.
Thank you.
With that, moving on to our next name on this list, let's quickly take a look at the audio visual.
Sohini Sen, Upgrade.
So I'd like to welcome and congratulate Sohini Sen of Upgrade. Very warm welcome.
Thank you very much. This is truly a ray of positivity in these grim times. So thank you, Exchange for Media, the jury members who are such respected industry leaders, my organization who gave me so many opportunities to have come this far. And last but not the least, my lovely team who are equally the winners along with me. And also many congratulations to the other winners, because I completely believe that this is a real honor and an encouragement to do better from here, to take the bar really higher. So yeah, I wish everyone here a very good health, safety, and positivity. Let's hope that we come out of this situation soon and strong. Thanks once again.
I'd like to invite Sunil to say a few words. Mr. Sunil Nair.
It's nice to see a lot of people. Some of them I know, some of them I don't know. But it's good to see those young talent coming up, and we the oldies who've been in the industry for a long time see a very fresh blood of energy in these trying times. And congratulations to everybody who's actually won till now. And congratulations, Sohini. I'm sure you deserve the best going forward.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and many
Congratulations, Sohini.
Thanks, Gav. Thank you.
With that, let's quickly move on and find out who our next winner is through this audiovisual. Can we have the AV, please?
Disha Sharma, VE Commercial Vehicles Limited.
I'd like to welcome and congratulate Disha Sharma of VE Commercial Vehicles Limited. Disha, if you're here, we'd like you to switch on your camera and mic and join us on screen. We'll probably have her join in soon. Let's quickly move on till then and unveil the next name, which is part of the E4M PR and Corpcom 30 under 30 list. Let's play the AV.
Harsha Pillai, Standard Chartered Bank.
The heartiest congratulations to Harsha Pillai of Standard Chartered Bank. Harsha, if you're here online, then please switch on your camera and mic.
Hi, I'm here, but I'm unable to switch on my video. Can I just exit and re-enter, if that's okay?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, just a sec.
All right, till then, let me once again remind all of you that this is the first edition, the inaugural edition of E4M Public Relation and Corporate Communication 30 under 30 Summit and Awards. We've had some great discussions through the day. If you haven't watched it yet, you can go back.
Camera on settings.
You can go back to our Facebook and YouTube pages to go forward and view the entire conference. Here we have Harsha, who is one of our winners at E4M PR and Corpcom 30 under 30. Harsha, are you able to switch on your video now?
No, there is some issue with my settings apparently. I will just exit and re-enter. Just bear with me for a minute.
Sure.
Yeah. So sorry about.
Let's move forward and then we.
Yes, till then we will move forward and unveil the next name on the list. Let's quickly take a look at this audio visual.
Ritika Kishore, Shimaru Entertainment Limited.
Welcome. Many congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. That's Ritika Kishore of Shimaru Entertainment Limited.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, E4M, and thank you so much, the jury, for taking out the time. And it's indeed a very good feeling and a very good opportunity to be recognized amongst the most bright minds that I have. This one is a first for quite a few reasons. It's a first for me. It's a first for E4M. I'm getting this award for Shimaru, which is one of the most entertainment companies to work with. And I see Ad Factors presenting it. So basically just life coming full circle for me. And what better way to award it and celebrate it. Thank you so much, guys.
We also have Nikhil from Ad Factors, who would like to say a few words to you.
Hey, Ritika, I guess that means that you had your grounding and spent a few years with us before you are enjoying the world of corporate communications. And that's the same thing I said to a few others. I'm so happy to see that mix and that interchange continues to happen. So yeah, keep the flag flying high. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Stay safe, stay healthy, and above and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Ritika, and many congratulations to you once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward to unveiling our next name on this list, let's quickly take a look.
Anam Khan, Disney Plus Hotstar.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our winner, Anam Khan from Disney Plus Hotstar. Many congratulations to you, Anam. Can we have you on screen?
Thank you, Kathy. And can you see me? Am I audible?
I can hear you, but I'm unable to see you. Would you please switch on your camera?
Now is it better? I
think there is connectivity issue, Anam, because I'm unable to see you.
I'm really sorry. I'm very sketchy internet. Yeah. Sorry.
Would you like to re-enter and join us shortly? Let's do that, as all our other winners are also waiting in line. So moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next name to be unveiled on this list, let's take a look.
Gurudat Biswal, ATDB Communications.
So many congratulations to you, ladies and gentlemen. Our winner here, Gurudat Biswal from ATDB Communications.
Thanks, Kathy. It's an absolute honor to win this, and it's very humbling. I know quite a few of you. Learned from all of you guys, and thank you so much for taking the time out to do this. Shout out to ETDB, where I began my career, and stay safe, everyone. Take care. Thank you.
Thanks, Gurudat. I believe Abhilasha couldn't make it, but it's good to have you on the list.
Thank you.
We also have Kasturi Paladhi from Xiaomi. If she's there, if she can come online, please.
Yes. Hi, Karan. Thank you so much. Is my video on?
Yes.
Sorry, we can see you and hear you. Many congratulations.
Thank you. I'm really sorry about joining late. I had another meeting which I was attending, but yeah, it's seldom that I think communicators are short on words and don't know what to say. I'm really honored. Thank you so much. I think it wouldn't be possible for me to be here if I wasn't lucky enough to have mentors. A lot of them are on the call right now. There's Nikhil, who has been my mentor since I joined Genesis in the ALP program. And I think so many other people that I've learned with. In fact, even Nitin happened to be my professor in college for a couple of sessions. So very happy to be recognized in this list. And thank you so much, everyone. And congratulations once again to all the people who've made to the list.
So we'll have Nitin and Nikhil both say a few words to you.
Well, Kasturi, congratulations. I'm sure you were very attentive in class, so you made it on 30 under 30 list. So well done. No, very well deserved, and congratulations.
Kasturi, you know, my advice to you has always been the only thing that I tell you you don't do well enough is you're not kind enough to yourself. You're way too hard on yourself. You're doing fantastically well. And maybe because you push yourself so hard, you get there. But this evening, you can take it easy, switch off your phone, ignore all your boss's message and blame me for it. Okay? Cheers.
I'll take your advice.
Congratulations.
I'll pass on the information to everyone else as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, congratulations, Kasturi. We also have Harsha back. I can see her on camera now. Welcome back, Harsha.
Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry about the technical glitch earlier. There was some issue with my settings. Thank you, Exchange for Media, and all the jury members for selecting me and considering me worthy of this list. And it's truly, humbling, and I'm very honored to be part of this list. And I'm happy to see some familiar faces as well on this list. So I would like to congratulate my fellow winners as well. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my organization, Standard Chartered, Shubhayu, Ashok, and all my other mentors who've constantly guided me, motivated me over the last 4 years. It's been a wonderful journey, and all the other lovely stakeholders that I work with, this would not be possible without you. So it is not just my individual effort, it's actually a collective win. And also, most importantly, my family, who has been my pillar of strength over the last 1 year especially. You know, I've been working 14, 15 hours sometimes, and, you know, they always ensure that I'm eating my meals on time, I'm looking after myself. So a special thank you to my mama and papa, and thank you so much. This is for you. And I hope we continue to do some meaningful work. Congratulations, everyone, and please stay safe.
Thank you. And I'd like to invite Dilip to say a few words.
Yeah, thanks, Karan. So Harsha, congratulations.
Thank you.
And I must say that what I remember looking at your entry, you work extensively in the internal communication space.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
It's so important and so fundamental to shape how companies would really go out and perform and also communicate externally. So external communication is totally dependent on good internal communication, is playing a very important role. So well done. And I'm sure people can learn from you. So great going.
I'm truly honored. In fact, you're right. Often internal communications, the role of internal communications is overlooked. People don't understand how critical and crucial it is to an organization. But in the last 1 year, in fact, I would say it's become so important because, you have to constantly keep sending updates to your employees, keep them motivated. And because banking falls under essential services, it was even more important for us. So I'm glad I've been able to contribute something to it. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Thank you. Many congratulations, Harsha, once again to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let's move forward.
Absolutely. Let's move on and find out who our next winner is. Let's play the AV.
Sagar, we don't have any voice here.
Well, in that case, let me be the voice of this audiovisual. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our winner here, Anne-Marie John from the Gutenberg. Gutenberg, I'm sorry.
So we have Amardeep from our team to say a few words.
And Amardeep,
you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Khyati. And big congratulations from the entire Gutenberg family. We are proud of you. In fact, you're inspirations to many of us. And we look forward that you carry on the good work, and that too on this day where we are celebrating our Founders Day. We have turned 18 today, so from our global community of Gutenberg family, we wish you all the best. Carry on the baton, and congratulations to all the other winners as well. Thank you.
I see Anne Mary John here. Is it her? Can we?
Hi. Thank you so much for this recognition. Means a lot. Thank you, E4M, and all the jury members. It is quite encouraging and motivating, especially at times like these when we are awarded with such recognition from so many amazing industry players out there. And it actually helps us to do better at work when we're recognized, our work is recognized. So thanks a lot for this opportunity. Also want to congratulate all the winners out there.
Thank you and many congratulations to you once again. With that, let's move on to find out who our next winner is on this list. Let's have the audio visual. So let me announce that our
the Gutenberg.
Seems like we are facing some technical difficulty.
Yes, but once again, many congratulations and to you. And I would like to let everybody know that all of these winners have done some amazing work. If you'd like to go check their work out, go ahead and check the profiles on LinkedIn. And also do not forget to give them your love for this win. Can we have our next winner's audiovisual, please?
Shreya, Edelman.
So big congratulations to Shreya Verma from Edelman, India. And unfortunately, Shreya is also down with COVID. So we'd like to give her our best wishes. And I would love all of you to just take a moment and give her all the love for the win and to recover speedily with COVID. So thank you once again. Moving forward, let's find out who our next winner is on this list. Can we have the AV? A big congratulations to Nimita Kapadia of PR Pandit. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kathy. Congratulations to all the winners. And thank you so much, jury. Thank you so much to each and everyone who's pushed me, especially a biggest thank you to Archana, my mentor, Gauri Kohli. She's down with COVID, but I wouldn't be able to do it without her support. Thank you so much, Nupur. Thank you all of you all for pushing me, my parents, and guys, it's bad out there. Just be home, be safe, and take care. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sailesh, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, congratulations, Nimita. And we
Thank
had
you, sir.
to go through. So you have done some of the really amazing work. And in fact, I would like to say that almost all the entries, the meetings we had were some or other unique work they have contributed to the industry. And the way, I mean, in fact, they have challenged the typical the customary or the traditional practices and added new ways of working, which I'm sure will be making foundation for the years to come and coming years, coming industry practices actually. And these are the best practices which are being showcased, and rightfully it is going to the best minds and best talent of the industry. So congratulations once again to all the people. And it is coming from the best of the platform exchange for media, which is very important to recognize these talents actually. Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Exchange for Media team. Thank you. You've motivated us, really, especially in these times.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Nimita. And once again, many congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
With that, we're moving on to the last few names on the list. Let's quickly take a look at our next winner's name through this audio visual.
Realme Telecommunications.
So big congratulations to Achal Wadhwa. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, here I'd like to once again inform all of you that Achal is our winner and she is also infected with the novel COVID. So we'd like you to please send her your best wishes while you congratulate her. Wish you a very speedy recovery, Achal, and many congratulations from all of us at E4M. With that, we're moving on to unveiling our last name on the first ever E4M PR and Corp.com 30 under 30 list. Let's take a look at this name.
Akriti Agarwal, Novo Nordisk.
So a big congratulations to Akriti Agarwal of Novo Nordisk. Akriti, if you're here online with us, request to please switch on your camera and mic and join us on screen.
I don't think she is here.
All right, no problem. So once again, from all of us here at E4M and the entire grand jury and all the participants, we'd like to congratulate our winners, the 30 under 30 award winners tonight. And I hope that all of you will stay safe, will celebrate these victories, because when the times get tough, we need to hold on to the happy moments, the glory moments that we can. So congratulations once again to all of you, and thank you to all our speakers, our panelists, and to the grand jury for taking out the time, sharing these times with us, and of course, sharing your insights with all of us and all our viewers. So thank you once again.
Yeah, so I would also like to thank our esteemed jury, starting with Mr. Samir Kapoor, who couldn't make it. He was down with COVID. Sujit, Nitin Mantriji from Avian, Deepshika Dharmraj from Genesis, Manisha Chaudhary from Valley 360, Udit Pathak from Media Mantra, Aman Abbas from Compizer, Amardeep Singh from Gutenberg, Ruby Sinha from Commune, Amitabh Saxena from Active Media, Vilasha Padhi from ATDV, Dilip Yadav from First Partners, Chavi Lekhi from Indigo, Nikhil Dev from Ad Factors, Chetan Mahajan from Mavericks, Sunil Nair from Concept PR, Mukesh Kharbanda from Fusion Public Relations, Pooja Chopra from PNA Origin, Aman Gupta from SPAG Asia, Salesh G from Simulations PR, and Nikki Gupta. So for taking out time and coming to the jury, for making this such a great event, and especially to everybody who has stood with us in this tough times. And still now we have Nikhil, Nitin, and most of the Amitabh and Dilip and so on and so forth, most of the people with us, even Amardeep Singh. And congratulations to all the winners, although it was a tough competition. For those of you who couldn't make it to the list, there is always a next time. We'll keep improvising, we'll keep coming up with
small initiative to keep the industry, together. And we also stand with you in solidarity in these tough times. Although times are crucial, just stay home, stay safe, and wishing you the very best ahead. And I hope we'll come out of these unprecedented times, and once again we'll reconvene and do some ground events in future. Thank you once again for your time, and thank you to our wonderful host, Kayati, for being such a gracious host all this while. And especially our team, who some of them have lost their loved ones, still they are working. Even now, one of my team, I can't name, he lost away his maternal uncle. Still, he's with us, working as of now. So times are tough. We need to brace ourselves, and let's see things get better in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Bhatia. And thank you, all of you, for being here, being present as a community to come together. And of course, as they say, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. But no matter how the situation is, let's hope that all of us stand together in solidarity and take a moment to help each other out, bring out stories, bring out transparency and ethical viewpoints so that you can motivate others in the industry and be the beacon of light while we face these dark times. Once again, thank you, all of you, for your time. We wish you all the best for the future and wish you safety and good health. This is the most important that we've realized in the last year. So make sure that you keep yourself safe so that you can keep all the people around you safe as well. Thank you.
On behalf of Dr. Anurag Batra and Naval, both of them were here, but unfortunately have their prior commitment, and some of them are already going through some personal situation. Could not make it today. We'd like to congratulate all their winners on their behalf
as well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the first edition of Exchange for Media, Public Relation and Corporate Communication 30 Under 30 Summit and Awards 2021. We hope to see you next year, hopefully in person. Thank you once again. Have a good evening, everybody, and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a fab job. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Congratulations. Stay safe.